There, welcome to the show. 2 channels here, now you know. Like and subscribe, it's all we need. Alternate, you're here to speak. And defense, let's take a peek. Collaborating for your eyes. Sharing content, no surprise. Together we shine brighter than one. Join our journey, it's just begun. Like and subscribe, hit that bell. Enjoy the show and wish us well.
Hello. I know it's always me.
Good morning to ya. How are
Good
we all?
morning.
Psyching myself up in the background. Good morning, all. Lovely to see you. It's Gabby, Mr. Brybear, Deb, Carmen. Good morning.
I'm surprised
You off to
Carmen's
bed?
awake. Good
Yay.
morning, Teresia and Debbie
Yes,
and
yeah.
Brian, Gabby.
Look at all these lovely people coming to see us. Aw. And Nicola, good morning.
Yes,
Thank you
Miss
for that lovely
Maxwell.
little. Yes. Hi, Christine.
Hey, Christine.
How
you
are
doing?
we?
Hope you are well.
I'm still on a little bit of a high, I must say. And I said to AJ before, I woke up this morning and my sides were literally hurting me from laughing. Yes, I think a little bit starstruck perhaps, but it was a bit exciting for me.
A little bit. Just a touch.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Yeah, it is. And he's so lovely. You know, the emails he sent us back, just, yeah, he's lovely. Really, really lovely. So,
Yes.
hit him up, peeps. Hit him up. There's
Yes.
a link in the chat. All right. So, we got a lot to get through today.
Hello, therapist Juno.
Hello, therapist Juno.
Good
How
to
are
see
you?
you.
Yes, a lot to get through. We've got the opening statements and the first witness to go through before the trial starts again. They went from jury selection straight into opening statements. They missed the start of the state. So it sort of starts right in the middle of a sentence.
Yeah,
Sorry.
and I figured they were going to do that. Hello,
Yeah.
Sarah. Good to
Hey,
see
Sarah.
you.
Thank you very much. You're you writing Broken Baker in chat, I think, was what brought him over here. So thank you very much.
Yes.
It's
Thank
lovely
you.
to have you. Yes.
We owe her a big thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. All righty then. Should we get into it?
Absolutely.
This is going to be interesting. Very interesting.
Not up, down, Sarah. Just the other Sarah, Gabby.
Now, I have CCs on. I have it boosted. The courtroom audio isn't great, but I've done the best that we can do. So let's do it.
That's all we
Tell
can
me
do.
if it's okay.
Set to work on November 10th of 2000.
Oh, that is low, isn't it?
They worked the night shift, which was 7 p.m.
Let me try and boost it some more.
Tuesday, November 10th, 2015 rolled around. Michael Shaver didn't show up for work. He didn't show up. He didn't call saying, hey, I'm not coming.
Oh.
This was unusual for Michael Shaver not to show up for work and not to call saying, hey, I can't make it for whatever reason. November 11th, 2015, Wednesday, came along. Michael Shaver was supposed to work that day as well. Mr. Shaver didn't show up. Didn't call in and say, hey, what's going on? I can't make it to work. So now that he has not shown up to work for 2 straight days and not called anyone letting him know, Michael Shaver's boss, John Wardlum, tried to to reach out to Mr. Shaver to find out what's going on. He did so, and John Borglund got a text from Michael Shaver's phone indicating he's not coming to work, that he was having issues at home.
It's not even making any difference.
And to go ahead and fire.
I'm up to 600.
The evidence will show, ladies and gentlemen, that Michael Shaver was not in Georgia. Michael Shaver was there. After not showing up for work for several days, after knowing that Michael Shaver had not shown up for work for several days, Frank Merritt went to the Shaver residence and made contact with his wife, the defendant, Ms. Laurie Shaver. Frank
Are we going to explode?
My head's going to when it gets loud. You watch. Oh, did you hear that beeping?
Yeah.
It's my dishwasher.
Oh.
It's not even making any difference between voice boost or bass.
Gabby.
Frank Merritt did notice that Michael Shaver's car was still on the Shaver residence property and it had a flat tire. Frank Merritt texted Michael Shaver here and there several times. He got responses occasionally from Michael Shaver's phone, but never had the ability to speak directly with Michael Shaver to verify that Mr. Shaver was
Oh,
sending
I did put CCs on. Where'd you go?
As I said, the evidence will show that Michael Shaver was dead. He was not the one responding to this text messages.
Oh, good to know, Sarah.
Just
Thank
to
you.
show that the defendant gradually got rid
Yeah.
of Michael Shaver's property. She sold
You ready?
They do fix it at the end, towards the end, but yeah, let's.
She knew Michael Shaver wasn't coming back. She knew Michael Shaver wasn't going to need those things because she knew Michael Shaver was dead. You're going to hear from Robert Mercado, the person that the defendant indicated picked
Yes.
Michael Shaver up and drove him to Georgia.
I watched that on
Robert Mercado
Brandy's
also
channel
worked
and
with Michael Shaver at Epcot, but they didn't work at the same
Yes,
line.
with-
It was different lines, so they didn't see each other on a regular basis. They saw each other occasionally, but not all the time. Mr. Mercado will explain to you that there were plans for a work-type Thanksgiving get-together to happen at the Shaver residence. So Mr. Mercado sent some text message to Michael Shaver several weeks before this get-together was supposed to happen to see, hey, are their plans still a go? Are we still doing this thing? He got no response. Mr. Mercado texted Michael Shaver several times, 2 or 3 times. Eventually, Michael Shaver's phone responded to Robert Mercado and said,
Well,
leave me alone. I'm working on my marriage.
red finger number 1.
Finger red number
Mercado
1.
did not actually speak with Michael Shaver at that time. That communication was done by text only. Again, the evidence will show Michael Shaver at the time was dead.
That would have been more appropriate
Most
than last
importantly,
time.
Robert Mercado will explain to you that at no time during the weekend or around the weekend of November 7th of 2015 did he go over to the Shaver residence. At no time did he load Michael Shaver up into his SUV. And at no time did he take Michael Shaver to Georgia, directly contradicting the statements that the defendant was making to various people about where Michael Shaver went.
Morning, George. Sorry, I did not have time to respond to you this
We'll
morning.
hear from Corey Lutzo, another friend.
Morning, George.
I was up at Junkers O'Clock. He was not out
He was
there.
also supposed to go to this work Thanksgiving get-together at the Shaver residence. Mr. Lutzo will tell you that after the weekend of November 7th, 2015, he never saw or personally spoke to Michael Shaver. You'll hear from Michael Shaver's family. You'll hear from his father, Doug Shaver, his brother, Brian Shaver, Christine Hort, his sister, Desiree Snyder, his niece, Stacy Turner, his sister. And they'll explain to you that they had contact with Michael Shaver over the years to varying degrees and varying frequencies. But following November of 2015, none of those family members ever saw or personally spoke to Michael Shaver. They received some messages here and there.
CCs are useless.
Facebook messages, but never actually had any contact with Michael Shaver to actually hear his voice and verify he was alive. The evidence will show that was because Michael Shaver at that time was dead. He was not the one sending Facebook messages and text messages. You'll hear from a man named Scott Amatuccio. He was a close friend of both the defendants and Michael Shaver's because they all grew up together. He'll tell you very similar information about not seeing or directly speaking with Michael Shaver after November of 2015. For a several-year period of time between November of 2015 into 2018, Mr. Amatuccio eventually realized, I haven't heard from Mike recently. I really haven't heard anything from him. Started to get a little bit concerned. So Scott Amatuccio reached out to Michael Shaver's family, who he knew because, again, he grew up with Michael Shaver, and learned that nobody had directly spoken with him or seen him since November of 2015. Scott Amatuccio also learned about a concrete slab that had been laid in the back of the Shaver residence. And he became concerned. Because of this concern, Scott Amatuccio reached out to the Lake County Sheriff's Office and asked that they go to the Shaver residence. Somebody from law enforcement go to that Shaver residence and try to make contact with Michael Shaver if he was there to find out what's going on with Michael Shaver.
No comment, George.
And also asked him to take a look at that concrete
That was
slab
funny.
in the back where there was now a fire pit. Same place that duck pond was supposed to be. So based on the information received by Scott Amatuccio, Lake County Sheriff's Office became involved. On February 16th of now 2018, Deputy Corey Anderson from the Lake County Sheriff's Office went out to the property and made contact with the defendant, Laurie Shaver. Deputy Anderson asked about Michael Shaver, asked about where's her husband. The defendant said that she and Michael Shaver were separated, that he picked up and left, and that she had no idea where he was. Based on Scott Amatuccio's concerns about this concrete slab where this duck pond was going to be in the back,
Duck pond.
Duck pond.
Deputy Corey Anderson asked permission to go and take a look around the property. The defendant allowed that.
Well, if he ducked.
Deputy Anderson got to the area where this concrete slab was located.
Sorry, I know.
And he noticed something unusual about that slab. He noticed that there was
I tell you what, I did hear. Oh, I clicked on that without even looking at it. Sorry. Okay.
Oh, George.
You know how we were discussing yesterday about the feasibility of the angle of the trajectory of said bullet and where it was located? Now we find out that that could be possible. You'll see.
All right.
in that concrete slab, the place where that slab was sagging to the ground. Deputy Anderson knew that when a body is buried and a body is decomposing, that decomposition process eventually leaves a void where that body is located, which causes depression.
Good morning, Regina.
Good morning, Regina.
Seeing this depression in the
If
concrete,
you're going to put a concrete slab down, you put Rio in there, and you don't get any depressions.
Well, if you do it right, you shouldn't.
Yeah.
If you're not in a hurry to cover up, a corpse.
Yeah, fair with that. I suppose they time.
combined with the concerns of Scott Amatuccio,
I don't know. Never buried
and
one.
now thinking
Me
this
either.
could be Deputy
Not
Anderson
too
became
young.
more suspicious. He actually took out his phone and took a couple pictures of this depression. He then went and provided this information to other detectives at the Lake County Sheriff's Office, who reported what he had found in all this information. On March 9th of 2018, law enforcement obtained a search warrant. The search warrant is basically a document signed by a judge that allows law enforcement to go to a location and search and collect certain evidence.
People.
So based on the authority given to this by the search warrant, law enforcement, detectives, crime scene investigators went out to the Shaver residence.
It's like rubbing your nose in it, isn't it?
Yes.
To search for evidence related to the disappearance of Michael Shaver. Crime
I
scene
watched that,
investigators
didn't
trained
see
in the
that.
collection of evidence and trained in the collection and excavation of human remains went out to the scene. And with the use of some ground penetrating radar, their focus quickly turned to this concrete slab where there was fire and where there was depression in that concrete. Some heavy equipment was brought in to dismantle that fireplace and to break up that concrete slab to give them access to the dirt beneath the concrete slab. And that excavation process began. Crime scene investigators began that slow, painstaking excavation process by
No.
digging up dirt, sifting that dirt, separating potential evidence, and that process went for a period of time. As they dug and as they dug and as they sifted, they eventually came across a humerus bone.
But it wasn't funny.
Because it was getting late at this point, and crime scene investigators realized that they have a lot more work to do, and it's going to be getting dark pretty soon. They
Yeah,
stopped the
George.
excavation and put it on hold until the following morning when the day light out. Law enforcement officers were stationed and posted in the area to make sure that nobody came onto the scene to disturb any of the evidence or do anything to the Shaver residence. The next morning, law enforcement officers, crime scene investigators, medical examiner investigators, and other people went to the Shaver residence to continue this excavation process. As crime scene investigators continued to dig and continued to sift the dirt, they came across a blue tarp buried in the ground. Beneath that blue tarp, they found human remains. The bones and the human remains were completely skeletonized. Those human remains, there were socks on them. There was a pair of boxers and a pair of shorts on human remains. And a green ratchet type strap was wrapped around those bones. Crime scene investigators.
The victim wouldn't tell us.
The bones out of the grave, placed them on a tarp, and those bones were transported to the medical examiner's office for an autopsy to be done. While still on scene, one of the crime scene investigators, Jessica Holcomb, made contact with Michael Shaver's father, Doug Shaver. Doug Shaver had come down from Georgia, down to Claremont, down to the Shaver residence, when he learned that law enforcement was doing this investigation of what law enforcement had found the night before. Crime scene investigator Jessica Holcomb collected a DNA sample from Doug Shaver.
I'm not sure what the motive is, George, because there's 3 people that are possibly involved in this that could have done it. So,
I mean, there was DV on both sides,
yes,
so it's not
yes.
like it was just him to her.
Mhm.
You should have had that on the infomercial yesterday with her attorney.
Yeah, yep. The person that actually confessed to the crime is not the one on trial.
Nope.
So stay tuned.
Took a swab and put it inside of his mouth and collected what's called a
And she
buccal
is
swab,
testifying.
known as a known DNA standard for comparisons. You'll hear that the femur bone collected from the grave, along with the DNA standards from Douglas Shaver, Michael Shaver's father, were sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for DNA analysis. The DNA analyst, Edgar Perez, compared the DNA from that femur bone found in the grave to the known DNA standard of Douglas Shaver and confirmed what at this point was known to everyone. He determined that the DNA from the femur was consistent with coming from a bone of the biological child.
That does come into it, actually, believe
This
it or not.
confirmed Michael Shaver,
From
who
the
has been
defense.
missing and not heard from.
You know, you got to do something with it.
Had some leftover concrete hanging around.
Got any projects
As I said,
ready
Michael
to
Shaver's
bury?
remains
Yep.
were collected and transported to the medical examiner's office for an autopsy to be done. And that's where Dr. Kyle Shaw, one of the medical examiners there, performed an autopsy. When he examined the skull that was recovered, he found an obvious single gunshot wound to the back of the skull, a hole right in the back of the skull, consisting of that of a gunshot wound. He found a bullet or a projectile inside the skull. And analysis later determined that that bullet was of a .38 caliber class, meaning that bullet could have been fired from a .38, a .380, a .357, or a 9mm, so 9mm. That .38 caliber class can be fired of any of those types of caliber guns because the size is very similar. There was no exit wound to the skull, indicating a single entrance wound, hence the projectile being found inside the skull when it was recovered. Dr. Shaw examined the skull, found no other injuries or no other trauma. He examined all of the other bones collected. He found no other signs of trauma or injury, no chips, no breaks, No trauma whatsoever to any of the other bones. Based on his analysis, Dr. Shaw determined that the cause of death was the single gunshot wound to the back of the head and determined this to be
That'll do it.
Michael Shaver's remains were then sent to a laboratory associated with the University of Florida in Gainesville. It's a laboratory called the Pound Lab, and they specialize in the analysis and examination of human remains. Dr. Samantha Coverley examined the remains as well.
Don't do it, Brian.
Determined that the remains were consistent with the alleged male, which Michael Shaver was. They were consistent with having been in the ground for several months to several years. She also examined the skull, saw that single gunshot wound, and confirmed in her opinion that was the result of a single gunshot wound. She also examined the skull and the bones and found no other signs of trauma or damage or injury to any other part of the skull or any of the other bones recovered. And almost the entire skeleton was recovered.
I mean, another thing.
She also removed some bullet fragments from the inside of the skull, packaged those up, and sent those bullet fragments and all the bones back to the medical examiner's office. Law enforcement continued to
Find an emoji for that one.
During the investigation,
Your challenge for the day, sir.
He was a neighbor of the defendant, Shaver residence nearby. Robert Seha is going to tell you that about a month or two before law enforcement came to the Shaver residence to do this well-being check, which led to the unearthing of Michael Shaver's body, the defendant approached Mr. Seha and offered to sell him a pink and black 38 caliber handgun. The defendant indicated she needed the money to pay some bills. Seha bought this 38 caliber pink and black handgun from the defendant. Now, law enforcement took this gun because it was a 38 caliber, and the projectile found inside Michael Shaver's skull was of the 38 caliber class. So the gun, that 38 caliber gun that the defendant sold to Mr. Seha, was sent along with the projectile recovered from Mr. Shaver's skull to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for firearms analysis. Firearms analyst Megan Cleek examined that 38 caliber firearm and found it to be in working order. It was functional, it could be fired. She fired some test fires from that gun to then be able to take those test fire projectiles to scientifically and microscopically try to compare to the projectile found in Michael Shaver's skull to see if they were fired from the same gun. And she'll explain to you that every gun, when it fires a projectile, leaves impressions on the projectile. And some of those impressions, if they're clear enough, they're unique. And in certain ways, not always, but sometimes she can microscopically examine the projectile and say this projectile was fired by this gun because the microscopic impressions left match. Though the projectile found in Michael Shaver's skull, that 38 caliber class projectile, was capable of being fired from the gun, the impressions and the markings on the projectile were not clear enough for her to make any other determinations. Nothing indicated that the projectile found in Michael Shaver's skull could not have been fired from the gun. For instance, that projectile wasn't excluded as being fired from the gun. There was just not enough detail in the projectile for her to say definitively this bullet found in the skull was fired from this weapon. Now remember, we talked about Michael Shaver's friends and family had no direct either seeing him or speaking to him, hearing his voice. No direct contact with Michael Shaver after that weekend of November 7th, 2015. You'll hear that in December of 2015, a man named Travis Filmer came into the picture, came into the defendant's life. Travis Filmer was a man that the defendant met at the gym around December of 2015, and the defendant and Travis Filmer began to date. And shortly thereafter, Travis Filmer moved into the Shaver residence, the same residence that Michael Shaver's body was found in the backyard. You'll hear that around the end of April of 2016, a posting to the defendant's Facebook account showed a large number of concrete bags in the bed of a pickup truck. Since Michael Shaver's body was found under a concrete slab, law enforcement obviously became interested in this information. So after Michael Shaver's body was found, Law enforcement obtained the Facebook records from both Michael Shaver's Facebook account and the defendant's Facebook account. And they looked into trying to determine, that's how they found that picture of the concrete in the bed of the pickup truck. And they started looking to determine when did that concrete slab get poured and how did it get there? Detectives discovered a receipt from Home Depot dated September 12th of 2016 that Travis Filmer rented a concrete mixer. And you'll hear that Travis Filmer and his twin brother, Austin Filmer, poured that concrete slab and laid that concrete slab with that concrete mixture that Travis Filmer rented from Home Depot. That was about 10 months after the November time period when nobody had ever seen Mr. Shaver, Michael Shaver, again. As law enforcement officers continued to investigate this case, they received a couple of names from the defendant's defense lawyer, Mr. Wittes, as people who potentially had been involved in this homicide. Those names were James Ballou and Jeremy Townsend. Doing their due diligence, law enforcement went and made contact with those two people. You'll hear from James Ballou. He'll tell you that he met the defendant in about 2014 when he was working at Don Neely Chevrolet.
Is that sniffs I can hear?
Though James Ballou.
That's me.
Is that doggy sniffs I can hear?
No, it was me laughing at your message.
Yeah. Yes.
Not sure.
Yeah. Just popped. As they do. It's a good thing I'm going for an ADHD check.
Married at the time, Mr. Ballou began
Confirm my
a romantic
suspicions.
relationship with the defendant in 2014. The defendant wanted a more serious relationship than what Mr. Ballou wanted. Mr. Ballou was not interested in that kind of a serious relationship with the defendant. That relationship lasted only a few months when Mr. Ballou ended it around the middle of 2014 in order to go try to work things out with his wife. From that point on, James Ballou had no contact with Laurie Shaver. So at that time, when James Ballou ended the contact, Michael Shaver was clearly still alive as people had seen him. Law enforcement also tracked down Jeremy Townsend. You'll hear from both Jeremy Townsend and his wife, Vanessa Townsend. Jeremy Townsend will tell you that he met the defendant in a park around September or October of 2015, about 1 or 2 months before Michael Shaver dropped off the face of the earth. Jeremy would take his and his wife's child to the park where he would meet up and where he met Laurie Shaver, who was there at the park with her child, Aiden. Jeremy and his wife Vanessa were going through marital problems at the time, and Jeremy and the defendant began an affair. That affair started around December of 2015, about a month after Michael Shaver was last ever seen or heard from. Mr. Townsend would go to the Shaver residence during the defendant's lunch hour. He and the defendant would meet up sexually. And Jeremy Townsend will explain to you that he never met Michael Shaver, and the defendant told him that she and Michael Shaver were divorced. The defendant told Jeremy Townsend the same story that she's told other people, that Michael Shaver, someone came and picked up Michael Shaver, took him to Georgia, and she hadn't seen him since. The same story that Robert Mercado, the person she says picked Michael Shaver up, said it never happened. Around February of 2016, the affair between Jeremy Townsend and the defendant basically started falling apart. The defendant wanted more out of the relationship than it was. Jeremy Townsend saw this relationship as more of a sexual fling type relationship, didn't want it to get serious, but the defendant did. The defendant wanted Jeremy Townsend to file for divorce from his wife and wanted Jeremy Townsend to move in with her into the Shaver residence, the same residence Michael Shaver's body was found buried behind. Jeremy Townsend didn't want that, didn't want to divorce his wife, didn't want it to get that serious, and decided that he wanted to work things out.
Should have kept it in his pants then.
Jeremy Townsend and the defendant argued about the status of their relationship together. The defendant started giving Jeremy Townsend an ultimatum. You get rid of your wife, come be with me. And she was going to expose the affair to Jeremy Townsend's wife. A few months after this fight between Jeremy Townsend and the defendant about exposing the affair, Jeremy Townsend's wife, Vanessa Townsend, received flowers.
Objection. Objection approach. Let's have a sidebar.
White noise, white noise, white noise. White noise.
White noise, white noise. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when the noise come to you? Ow, ow, ow.
Yeah, Sarah warned us that was coming.
The message
Internet.
indicated, check your
Ouchie,
Facebook.
sorry. I don't know, because audio is hard.
Vanessa Townsend
Yes.
checked her Facebook account, and she noticed that she received
What's that?
I don't know,
a
Brian.
message from Facebook the same day she received these flowers from somebody
6.99
according to
times
the
Oh, for Subway.
Oh,
Remember, this is about 6 months after
Sorry.
seeing where it was booked.
I tried.
This is now November of 2015. 2016.
there's always one.
Vanessa Townsend received this Facebook message from someone claiming to be Michael Shaver, which said that she'll be getting a special delivery. There was also a phone
I got
number
it.
associated with the delivery of those flowers in that Facebook message.
Still $6.99 too much.
She accepted this friend request from the person supposedly being Michael Shaver and noticed that there were previous messages to her from this same person claiming to be Michael Shaver.
Indeed, it does.
Sorry.
She had not seen those text messages or those Facebook messages beforehand because she wasn't a friend of Michael Shaver and didn't notice
Oh,
that
Carmen,
they
I'm
were
not there to buy. So
So when she looked at those messages sent purportedly from Michael Shaver's Facebook account, she noticed evidence, or she noticed those messages included screenshots of conversations between Jeremy Townsend and the defendant.
That's okay, Debbie. I've had to eat lasagna for the last 3 days.
and all
I made
that's
the biggest batch from Bry.
I was gonna say that is Bry's fault.
It is. I even had to give some away to my daughter today because I couldn't eat it all. 3 days was just too much.
And Bry, I don't know what kind of Subway sandwich you're getting for $6.99. That cannot be a foot long. Brandon goes to get, if he gets a foot long sub, it's like $20 by the time he walks out of there.
Does he add extras and stuff though?
Not that much.
I don't know. I don't like Subway, so
It's too expensive. It's too expensive for me anymore. The $5 foot long was a good deal.
sending pictures of lasagna into Deb's chat on Discord.
Yeah.
For the next 24 hours. I couldn't get it out of my head.
It is expensive now. If you're as tall as 5 Subway sandwiches, Gabby, you're like gold.
Oh, excuse me.
They included photographs of Jeremy Townsend and the defendant together. They were evidence and proof of the affair that the defendant was having with Jeremy Townsend. And these messages, coincidentally, started very shortly after the fight between Jeremy Townsend and the defendant, where the defendant was giving Jeremy Townsend an ultimatum to leave your wife or else it's fair.
You're lucky.
The evidence will show that these messages, these Facebook messages and photos and flowers were clearly an effort to expose the affair, drive a wedge between Jeremy Townsend and Vanessa Townsend, and drive Jeremy back to the defendant. It didn't work. After much work with their marriage, Jeremy Townsend and Vanessa Townsend got back together and they remained married. Law enforcement obviously wanted to investigate the source of these flowers. They know they can't be from Michael Shaver. Michael Shaver is dead. They obtained search
Morning,
warrant.
Kelly.
They obtained a search warrant, like I said, for the defendant.
I just got Bry then. Around here, a $5 foot long is
They
$6.99.
found those Facebook messages from Michael Shaver's account to Vanessa
$5
Townsend, talking about
foot
the
long.
affair, and photos, flowers, and delivery, and things like that. They issued subpoenas for the defendant's bank records, for the victim's bank records, and you're going to see that the defendant and Michael Shaver had separate bank accounts. The Detectives issued a subpoena for the defendant's cell phone records, for Michael Shaver's cell phone records. And eventually, law enforcement officers received all of these records and started to pour through them when they came in.
Felix.
They found that Michael Shaver's cell phone had no outgoing calls after November 7th of 2015.
Yeah, I'm here.
Coincides with the last time anyone had ever seen or directly saw
Come on.
Michael Shaver. The defendant's cell phone records didn't show any phone calls. or
Enter
texts
Sukilala.
number.
Hello.
Detectives looked at the defendant's bank records,
Found me.
and you'll hear that they traced the purchase of those flowers that were sent to Vanessa Townsend as coming out of the defendant's bank account. Further evidence that the defendant was the one that was responsible for sending those
Suki.
flowers and sending the Facebook messages, acting as if she was Michael Shaver to Vanessa Townsend. Remember I said that there was a phone number associated with that Facebook message that was sent to Vanessa Townsend? Well, they looked into that phone number and determined that phone number was associated also with the defendant. Further evidence that the defendant was the one portraying herself to be Michael Shaver after Michael Shaver was dead. Because there were a variety of sources indicating that they received text messages or Facebook messages from Michael Shaver after that November 7th, 2015 weekend, detectives go deeper into the records and deeper especially into those Facebook records to see if they could find evidence that someone was logging into Michael Shaver's Facebook records and portraying themselves to be Michael Shaver when Michael Shaver was dead. And the detectives found such evidence. Detectives investigated the internet protocol addresses provided by Facebook for the accounts of both the defendant and Michael Shaver's Facebook accounts. And for those of you who are not IT directors, an internet protocol, you'll hear that an internet protocol address or an IP address is kind of like a physical address. It is assigned to a particular location through the internet provider like Spectrum, Verizon, Cox, whatever it is that provides internet service to a house or a business. So for example, when I'm home, my home is assigned a unique IP address to my house through my internet provider, which just happens to be Spectrum. That IP address is what gives my home access to the internet. That IP address is unique to my house. It's going to be different than my neighbors. It's going to be different than Starbucks. It's unique to me or to my house. Also on my home, or if it's a business is something that is called a router. A router is a device that allows multiple devices inside the house to connect to the internet at the same time, such as if I'm on my phone, if I'm on my laptop, if my wife is on her phone and her laptop, they all can be used together and access the internet. The router sends out the signal to those devices. All of us and all those devices will share the same IP address, because that IP address is unique to my house.
Mm-hmm.
So if I log into Facebook with my phone and I post a photo or I post a message or I do something with my account, Facebook, the organization of Facebook keeps those records, and they keep the IP addresses associated with the device that activated Facebook. Often the internet provider will change IP addresses, but ultimately they are unique to the house. So if I'm at home, I'm logging on to Facebook, and Mr. Camuccio decides to come over to my house, and he logs into my network, we're going to be sharing the same IP address at that same time, because we're in the same general location, the same house, using the same network and the same IP address. Detectives received those Facebook records from the defendant's account and Michael Shaver's account from November 2015 up to about November of 2017. When the detectives got those IP addresses from Facebook, unfortunately, they were not able to determine the physical address that IP address was assigned to, because those records were too old and they had been purged by the provider, the internet service provider. They just didn't exist anymore. But what they were able to determine is that during that 3-year period of time, from around November 2015 to November 2017, Michael Shaver's Facebook remained active, despite the fact that there were postings during that period of time. There were photos posted. There were funny little memes posted on his account. His profile picture had changed. His account had been activated and deactivated. There was activity.
Yes.
Could be worse.
Some of the
Could be Lally.
activity
Shall
on
I
Michael Shaver's
1.25 it?
Yes, you should.
actually occurred
Okay.
after that concrete
Don't be
slab
shy.
through which his
I mean,
body
good grief. He's
found.
just going on and on and on.
Mm.
When they examined the IP addresses associated with Michael Shaver and the defendant's Facebook account during that time period, detectives noticed that the same IP address was used by both the defendants and Michael Shaver's Facebook accounts. Sometimes those Facebook accounts were accessed using the same IP address within minutes of each other. The evidence show that because those accounts shared that same IP address, within sometimes minutes of each of activity on each of the accounts,
I don't even know this attorney's name.
accessing accounts being located in the same.
Do we know it?
It's like,
You could
The evidence will show
make up a
that
funny name
activity
for him.
combined
Like,
with common
well,
sense
it's
and all of the
the
other
last part of it is like coochie.
Oh, well.
Because we were making fun of it yesterday
Oh,
because it
there
was
we go. There's a
perfect
challenge.
to follow up last week's trial. But it's
Allison.
like, no, it's not dollars.
Is it Anderson?
It's no. They're saying it's
Choo-choo.
dull because he's dull. Dullerson. Dull Dunderson. Yes, it is. But it's got to, there's a beginning part there. Like,
We need to come up with a funny name for him. There's a competition for you guys.
well, I think Coochie's it, but
Coochie Douglow.
yeah, I don't know. There is a first part of it. I
To
don't
find
know.
what his first name is. Anyone find his first name and we'll put it in chat.
I mean, you're like Ida Coochie or Coochie.
Coochie Papa.
Coochie
Yeah.
and Wings.
And
Does he
never
have-
should the twain meet.
Coochie. Unsatisfactory Coochie.
To alleviate the concerns of law enforcement, being asked to look into where Michael Shaver is.
You don't want one of those, Carmen.
Done to torment Vanessa Townsend by sending
No.
a message portraying
Or a wiggy
herself
coochie.
as Michael Shaver. So it's an affair between defendant and Sheriff Townsend.
At least there's a couple of shavers in the house.
Oh, bing.
Boom.
As I said,
I see what you did there.
When you look at all the evidence, you listen to the testimony of all the witnesses, you examine all the circumstances, not the least of which is Michael Shaver's body was found buried under a concrete slab.
Call him Mr. Waxer.
There can only be one common sense conclusion, and that is the defendant is guilty beyond any reason. Thank you so much.
Cooter canoe Coochie.
Yes, sir.
Free goes back to work pretty soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've
Probably be some cooter canoe stories.
Mm-hmm.
One repeated statement. Common sense. Just use your common sense. It's all about common sense. Okay. Now, the judge is going to give you instructions, and he's going to give you boundaries under the law.
He's got
It's not gonna
lumpy
say,
head.
"Just find the defendant guilty by common sense." That's the
Got
state
like-
standard. Okay. The facts are far
Rains.
different from what the state is
In
pronounced.
case it rains.
And let me tell you,
Or is
really,
it just
how
me?
this case originated.
I-
What was done and what was not done by the state.
Is it a scar?
I don't know.
Laurie Shaver grew up with Michael Shaver upstate New York. They got
I think it
married
might be a
as young
scar.
kids. I'll show you. And it was a tumultuous marriage. Went on for years and years.
Now I feel
There
bad.
was a lot of physical violence that transpired.
Yeah.
A lot.
He didn't hear.
You'll see that there were injunctions imposed that Michael
I
was
bet
in
it did,
the house. He was
Gabby.
out of the house. It was awful. And the Shavers had some children that came upon the scene. This was not a pleasant atmosphere. Mr. Shaver, you'll hear, was very possessive. He was very combative. He was very destructive.
He was very
He
combed.
imposed fear of his family over and over again. And Ms. Shaver did not want to be with Mr. Shaver. That was clear. But Ms. Shaver did not resort to violence at any time, in any form, in any form. What happened was Mr. Shaver was directed to be out of the residence. And as the state.
I want him to turn around and see if it matches the other side.
I think it's a scar. I think he's had brain surgery.
Looks like they might have taken that whole section out. Yeah.
Yep.
What happened was
Oh, yes.
Mr. Townsend had been in the military.
Because it goes down in his hairline.
He
Mm.
was in special forces or training for special forces. And he began to date Laurie. This relationship was not, as this state would suggest, some light flame. This went on for months and months. And only after things blew up and Mr. Townsend was confronted, does his tune change. Mr. Townsend, even after these charges were filed, was still following. It's a shame. Still stalking her. This was a man that was infatuated with Laurie Shaver. Now, they did live on acreage, and there was, as the state suggests, an intent to build this duck pond. It was going to be a family affair. Kids were out there.
My bad.
Me
And
too.
it sounds like,
Oops.
what I understand, they kind of got word in with the project, and said, hey, we don't like us that much, basically. So they kind of abandoned their little project, their desire at that stage, leaving some ground partially exposed. That was the duck pond. It was not designed by Laurie Shaver to bury Mr. Shaver. or to
Good
carry
thing she
out
didn't want a
some nefarious
patio.
intent in the future.
Mm.
That's how that came about, though.
I might bump him up. He's even slower.
Now, what happened?
Tell me if it's too
was
fast.
Mr. Townsend was having this affair with.
What's that stand for? Do I want to know?
F around and find out.
Was not supposed to be at the residence. When he arrives, Mr. Shaver arrives on the scene.
She's saying that's what he did.
Battering Laurie. He wants her back. She was
Oh,
checked.
come on, Gabby.
Just like the
You
car
got to
is
know
fine.
that.
And she
Ah,
insisted, "We're not
Bri.
going back. We're not going back." She starts getting-
Right.
On your child first.
Forceps.
Is it not? Just don't share.
Too
They don't
soon.
know this stuff.
Too soon.
We advise the state office only to be turned away. Only to be turned away from their office. Because they formulated a plan. They formulated a design. This is how it happened.
No,
And we want
either
to-
What the hell is going with his hands?
I don't know.
But it's
I'm
Oh,
saying
it's something in the background. Oh,
It's not
please,
happening.
I thought he was doing magic hands for a second there. Did you see that?
It's like jazz hands.
But this is not-
Yeah.
I got it.
It did look like that.
Looking appropriate.
Right?
So Ms. Johnson came on to represent.
When
So Ms.
Illusion
Johnson has
X
advised
came in. That's
the
funny.
dangers. Tell her what to
Oh,
do.
it is too. Welcome.
But Isabel says she's going to tell the truth. And I'm going to tell you what happened.
I
And as
didn't
she
notice that
relates,
screen before
is she's at the residence.
till his hands started moving.
And in walks Michael, carrying on. He starts to battle his wife. And Isabel hears. We're not going to kill you. She hears a lot of commotion. Leave me alone, leave me alone. She walks in the room.
No objections during openings.
Poor Michael sitting in a chair with his foot
Maybe some pillows so we can sleep.
as Laurie's
Mhm.
dancer. And Michael is sitting there threatening to kill her. And this young girl,
All right, this is important actually. Let me just go back because we missed a little bit. This is the explanation as to how the daughter could have
she
unalived the
hears a lot
father.
of commotion.
Okay.
She hears a lot of
I'll be
banging.
serious.
Leave me alone, leave me alone. She walks in the room to testify. And poor old Michael is sitting in a chair with his foot on Laurie Shaver's head.
All right.
As Laurie's gasping.
So he was sitting in a chair with his foot on her head. So 7-year-old could reach.
And Michael is sitting there threatening to kill her. And this young girl, in desperation and in fear, runs and retrieves a firearm. And she believes she shot
That's
him.
gone too fast.
She thinks she did. She says she thought she hit him. She believes she hit him. But almost simultaneously, in walks Jay. He sees what's going on. Laurie is still on the ground. Laurie has not even got to her feet. And Jay walks in. Takes a gun
Go
from
for
his
it,
mouth,
Gabby.
shoots Michael Shaver in the head. Says, Laurie, get these kids out of here. I'll take care of this. Anybody says a thing about
So
this?
Jeremy Townsend walks in, not in the middle of all this, and says, "Laurie, take the kids. I'll take care of this."
I'll kill you too. Laurie said, we were like deer in headlights. Got into the car, I took the kids to the school. Isabel said this
They come
was
to-
so routine, the violence in this household. I was just numb. But we didn't speak about it. And Mom, as a statement, wants you to believe you're so infatuated with Jane, broke it off right there. We don't want to see you. Now, Laurie assumes Jay has done something with the body beyond her knowledge, his whereabouts, or anything. It's just.
So now they're saying that he discharged the weapon.
Okay, fine. And if she assumes he's done something with the body. How many people do you like know in your life that you assume have done something with a body? And you just go on about your day like, it's all right. Time for bed. Go to bed now.
She doesn't know the whereabouts or anything.
This
So
just,
which one did it?
she is like trying to blame everyone. However, some are trying to take the blame. So
I don't think it's actually her blaming them. I think it's statements that they've made. I think both of them are testifying. Yeah. There's no candlesticks though, is there?
she does have some duck lips going.
Yeah.
We'll give you that.
Well,
that is, Bri. When you're busy, you just can't go tell them that, hey, I'm assuming that Joe did something with the body. I'm not sure though. But that's not time to tell you about it.
But when I came home, it's all gone.
Yeah, it's all gone. And it was Mr. Wiggs with on the Gucci with the toy.
I got it. And there was a tattoo on the coochie. A tattooed coochie. Copes.
Copes. I think he means cops. Yes, you did, Debbie.
Correct.
That was hilarious. Yes, you did.
You could get a mouthful of hair for your prize.
Yes.
That's AJ's signature sweep across with her hair. You can't see me. I'm not laughing.
There's your medal. Or there's your trophy.
Yep.
That's it. Yes, the police come knocking, the police come inquiring, the police come looking around, the police get a warrant, and that's the body of Michael Shaver is found. Unbeknownst to Laurie, Mr. Townsend had put him on that ground they were preparing.
Sorry.
Now, the state can choose words that come.
Why do I keep disappearing?
Because they don't have.
Because my hair, I got it.
Morning, Adair.
Morning, Adair. How are you today?
Any technician, no FDLE person say, we found Laurie Shaver's prints on that car. We found Laurie Shaver's DNA on that car. We didn't find any whereabouts or knowledge or connection.
He's on 1.5 and he's still slow.
Socket wrench, chain wrench with Laurie Shaver. Nothing. What we spoke about more about the lack of evidence. So there's no connected link between Laurie and the death of how this occurred. And regrettably, Isabel is placed in a posture now of having to come up here and tell you what happened. Nobody wanted to talk to Isabel. Nobody wanted to look at what truly happened in this case.
She already wrapped her phone, Gabby.
Yes.
When she listened to the rest of the Angela Hawk trial.
The state's case, as we stated, is really a case of contention. It's a case of emotion, something we spoke about before. Something to try to pull at your heart. Feel sorry for Michael Shaver. So what do they think they're going to do? We're going to get some digital data and say it came from Laurie Shaver. That digital data came from Laurie Shaver. You'll ask yourself this: how does this digital data prove that Laurie Shaver killed Michael Shaver? It doesn't. Now the state, and their bravery, has not even listened to their information.
Yes, she did.
And insisted in covering up the crime. Why? Because they knew it's Isabel, and they didn't want to have to deal with that. That's what happens to show. They don't want to look at everything that they should have looked at. You see? The state was going on about this digital data. Richard Connor will be called by the defense.
Here we go. You ready?
Like one of our jurors. And we'll talk about the expiration.
I actually do have one.
IP registrations. They expire at time, and then at a certain point, they don't link an IP address to a device, to an individual, or location. But the same things, we can pull this out of the ether of space. Out of nowhere.
That's
And say,
hilarious.
well, here's some digital.
My family, because they're all Maltese, so everything's got plastic covering on it. The carpet, the dining room tables, the couches. Yep.
Well, stays nice and new.
Yeah. Not particularly good in the summer though.
Ew, gross. Nope.
And then we're gonna assume, and you assume, on top of that, Laurie Shaver killed Mike Shaver. When there's no connected link. It's a big
And then
step
doilies on top.
to make an allegation. This is a huge step. It's a huger step for you to try to lead to the conclusion based on
huger
what the
step.
state's gonna put forward,
Mhm.
that Laurie
Really?
Shaver killed Michael Shaver. Instead, what Isabel says is whatever. There's nobody to review this, no Shaver. We didn't contrive this witness. We went to the state early on. I said, let's level with you. Let me have it. Thinking they're gonna.
Cocker spaniels?
Jared,
Yep.
look at the call.
True.
But no, they fixed the position,
Rooster mouth.
formulated a plan. And despite the powers and the responsibilities they have, they're not seeking justice. They're seeking a verdict. And the two are two opposite goals. They're not seeking justice. They're
Yes.
seeking a verdict. Keep it in mind.
These have been the worst opening statements ever. I
Yeah.
haven't listened
We
to
skip
them at all.
because they don't get any better.
One, I
And we
can't
pretty
hear. And
We pretty
two,
much heard it with the
Laurie is likewise charged with this crime
right.
of
Let's
accessory.
go to the first. It's only 3 minutes or something anyway. So the
And you
first
go ahead and tell your
the first witness is Frank, who is the guy that called the police for the wellness check.
2.5
He hadn't-
years later.
Yeah, but he testifies he only knew him for a year. So I don't know. Yeah.
how long did you know Michael Shaver?
About a year.
And when you're talking about you know for a year, would that then be a year from his disappearance in November of 2015?
Yes, I was in November 2014 to 2000.
Did you ever go over to his house that he shared with his wife Laurie Shaver to visit or socialize?
Yes, I did.
And would you socialize with them at other locations as well?
Yes, I did.
How long did you know Laurie Shaver?
Probably at that time.
And do you recognize her? Do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And can you please point her out and identify her by something that she wore?
Yes, you said we're going to choose 20.
Grab it like respect.
You know,
Now,
I hate when
where
they ask
did you
that
first meet up
question.
with Mr. Shaver?
Who else is it?
Yeah. Is that sound going from your left to right in your ears?
It's not
Mm,
going anywhere.
Oh,
Like sometimes it does that to me, but it's just really
Oh.
low.
it's terrible. It's going
It's-
from one ear to the next.
Yeah, I had that happen the other day. It was driving me nuts.
Mm.
And where was
I know
that?
you might want to slow him back down.
And
Oh.
what kind of work did you back then?
What about that? We going normal or 1.25?
You can go probably there, but 1.5 was too little fast.
Alright. Mm.
She's high on life
And did
from
you do
yesterday.
And what kind of work did Michael Shaver do? for it? And are you aware if he went through an apprenticeship in order to get his job with Disney?
Yes, sir.
And because of the fact he went through their apprenticeship program, did Disney furnish him with tools that he would need?
Yes.
Once that apprenticeship was completed, were those tools still the property of Disney, or was he basically given those tools by Disney?
They were his once he completed.
Now, were you aware of marital issues between Michael Shaver and Laurie Shaver over the course of the time you did that?
Yes.
And did there come a time where he was living at the worker's hangar?
Yes.
And when was that in relation to when you first met him?
Probably in the middle of the summer of 2015.
And during that time that he was separated, was there a period of time where you knew Michael was dating someone else?
Yes.
Who was that?
Can
You remember her last name?
Kevin ask you?
Now, at some point, did that relationship end and Michael went back to live at the home with his wife to try to practice out?
Yes.
And why would he always go back to that situation?
You want to be your first kids?
Now, after the time frame that he returned to live at the marital home, were there times that you went over to stay at the Shaver residence in order to house sit?
Yes, sort of. I didn't stay. I would visit every day.
Okay, and what time frame was that occurring?
I would do that in the morning when I went to work.
Okay, but what month are we talking about? How close it was to his disappearance?
One time in October and another time in
Where were Michael and Laurie Shaver when you would go over to check on their house?
one time they were in Reno. One time they were north of there.
Now I want to take you back to November 15th, specifically November 7th of 2015, which was a Saturday, where you
He
and
needs
Mike
to
worked
move the
together.
microphone to his mouth.
Did you see him that day?
Yes.
And where did you see him?
Families went to the Florida Firearm show.
And when you say your families, who from the Shavers was there?
My Laurie and two kids.
And what about your family?
Myself, my wife, and my daughter.
What was your wife's name at that time?
Rachel.
Now, at the point that you were going over there, was this in the time frame that Mike was living back in his home?
Yes.
And how long were you all at this event together?
Probably 10 o'clock in the morning till about 1 o'clock in the evening.
And did Mike and Laurie with their children leave before your family did?
Yes.
And is that 1 o'clock approximately when they left?
Yes, sir.
Was this the last time you actually saw or spoke with Michael Shaver?
Yes.
The following day, November 8th, did you try to contact him?
Yes.
And why were you trying to contact him?
He was working on some of my guns, needed some products to work on, so I asked him, I got the correct items.
And this item that you got, what was it?
There's a gun balloon kit.
And did he specifically tell you to get that particular type of balloon kit?
No, that's why I was actually asking if I had gotten what he wanted.
And did he ever respond?
No.
And was that unusual that you would reach out to him and that he wouldn't respond?
Yeah, correct. He was in here.
Now, the following day, Monday, November 9th, 2015, did you try to contact him?
Yes.
And how did you try to contact him that day?
2 times.
And did you receive a response?
Yes.
And was that response, were you still asking about how he was doing with the gun, or what were you?
His only response to me was he needed to quit his job to save his marriage.
Okay. Now, when you and Mike worked the same shifts,
Yes.
what was the next day that Michael Shaver was scheduled to work?
Tuesday.
All right, would that be November 10th?
Yes.
Now, what was the shift that you both worked?
11 at night to 7:30 in the morning.
Is that referred to as the third shift?
Yes.
And did Michael Shaver appear at work that day? The next day that he was scheduled, was that the following day, November 11th?
Yes.
Once again, third shift?
Correct.
And did he come to work that day?
No.
November 12th, were you both scheduled to work?
Yes.
And did he come in on November 12th?
No.
Some point during this time where Michael is not coming to work, did his manager, John Borglum, approach you to try to get some information?
Yes.
And what type of information was he trying to get?
He was looking for a phone number to make sure he had the right number to call on.
And did you provide him that phone number?
Yes.
And what did you do to try to get, well, let me ask you this. After he did not come to work for those 3 days, did you take any other efforts to try to check in on Mr. Shaver, check on his whereabouts?
Yes.
What did you do?
I went to the family home Friday morning after work.
And while you were there, did you see Mr. Shaver?
No.
Did you make contact with Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
Did you ask him about Michael's whereabouts?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
Said that she thought he was in Georgia.
And why did she say that she thought he was in Georgia?
She had said that his sister had called.
Judge, okay. Sorry.
Satisfied, thank you.
Sidebar.
Mr. Shaw work with?
I didn't work with him, he worked with.
Be nice if they fix the audio.
Mm.
Hopefully they
Yeah,
do today.
Robert Mercado also worked at this.
Apparently.
Yes.
And
Good.
when Michael would go to work, did he drive the vehicle?
Yes.
And have you seen that vehicle?
Yes.
Was that vehicle present at the Shaver residence while you were there? And did it have a flat tire?
Yes.
But was this the same vehicle that Mike had taken to work the previous week?
Yes.
Now, while you were there, did Laurie Shaver describe any sort of argument that she had had with Michael before she claims he left? And what was that argument about?
The argument was about, she had found Kendall's phone number inside my phone, and he already erased it.
Now, after this interaction at Michael's home, did you try to contact him?
Yes.
How did you try to contact him?
Tried to even put a text message.
Did you also try physically calling him?
Yes.
When you would call him, did anyone ever answer that number?
No.
And when you would text, were you getting any sort of responses?
Sometimes.
And during the time frame that the responses that you got in text, was the tone and the way those texts were sent to you that different than messages you had received from Mr. Shaver in the past?
Yes, it was.
How so?
Just wasn't worded differently, it wasn't his joking self.
Now, between the time you last saw Michael Shaver in November and mid-December of 2015, did you have any other contact with Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
And did she tell you about various items of Mike's that she had sold?
Yes.
What items of Mike's had she sold at that point?
She had sold his ATVs, his tools,
Oh,
And when you're talking about his tools, you're talking about the tools at Disney or tools that he had at home?
Tools, yeah.
And did she tell you how much she got for these items?
Yes.
And how much was that?
No.
And did you ask her if she was gonna send any of that money to Mike?
That's my Spawn.
Did you ask her if she was sending any of the money?
Good job, Spawn.
Did she mention any other property of Mike's that she was trying to sell?
Yes.
What
Oh,
was that?
Lord.
She said that Mike had contacted her and wanted her to sell one of his rifles to somebody he knew.
And were you familiar with his various firearms?
So,
And how were you familiar with the firearms?
then I looked at most of them and talked about, we had some conversation about it.
After she told you that these firearms were going to be for sale, did she ask you to do anything with the firearms?
She asked me to go in the house and make sure all the chambers were clear and put them on safe.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Did she give you a price for these weapons?
She wanted to sell them to me, yes.
And how much was she willing to, how much did she want to sell those guns to you?
$4,500.
Were you interested in buying them?
I wanted to buy them, but not that.
We approached them.
White noise. We'll be here, Debbie. Trying to eat pineapple, and it makes me feel weird to eat pineapple on this stream. Somebody's gonna make a joke about pineapple.
Picking you up, so
about
please
strawberries.
get as close as you can and speak up to the best of your ability. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, Judge.
Oh, now you're telling. Yes, it isn't.
I'm a
That's
firearm
better.
enthusiast, and I wanted to hold him on to, in case Mike came back and he wanted them, I could sell them back to him.
Were you planning on selling them back to him at the price that you paid?
Yeah, he could just pay me back; it'd be fine.
How much did you offer her for those firearms?
$2,000.
Did she accept that?
No.
Did she ever contact you about the guns again?
Yes.
And when was this?
Nearing Christmas, probably a week or two before Christmas that same year.
And did she tell you anything about her efforts to dispose of those guns?
Yeah, she said she sold them for $4,300 and that she got to keep two.
Now, while this is going on, are you trying to reach out and get in touch with Michael Shaver about these firearms?
Yes.
And did you receive any responses from the number previously associated with this?
Eventually, yes.
And what response did you get from Mike about these firearms?
He had told me that he thought I was trying to steal his guns.
And did he reference anything about the price that Laurie had sold the guns for?
No,
Now, the tools that he had at Disney, whatever happened to those?
I have them in my possession.
And why did you hold on to them?
Well, they're tools.
Oh.
I'm a tool junkie, so but-
Before Mr. Shaver's body was discovered,
Yeah.
was there a purpose of you taking possession?
yeah, if he ever come back and need his tools, he's a mechanic by trade.
Now, had you ever socialized at the Shaver residence itself?
Yes,
And when was the last time you were over at that residence, with November 2015 being the time that Mr. Shaver was in here?
it'd have been Labor Day weekend that year.
At that point, was there any sort of fire pit in the backyard?
No,
What was back there?
a duck pond.
And when you talk about a duck pond, what was going on back there?
They had some pet ducks and they were digging a pond so that they could concrete it and have the ducks a place to swim.
And had the excavation and digging of that duck pond already started?
It was some done, yes. Like the outside perimeter was dug so you could see the outside shape, and that was about it.
No further questions at this time.
All right,
In
thank you,
doubt.
Mr. Wiggs.
Don't post it.
Yes, sir.
Mhm. Mhm.
Uh,
That was a Karen Reed wild joke.
Sir,
Hey, 10.
Laurie, is your testimony told you that Mike went to his mom's house?
No,
What'd he tell you?
and he went to his sister's house.
Sister's house. And where was that?
She said it was somewhere in Georgia.
We're in Georgia. That's your explicit recall, correct?
Mm.
Okay. And you likewise had an explicit recall moment when you said it was probably sometime in the summer that he was living at the airport, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you would agree with me. You're not really clear as to the detail about all the conversations and everything that took place.
Pretty clear.
Pretty clear? Okay. When you say you got these writings, okay, could you tell us how you could clarify this one came from Laurie Shaver, this one came from Michael, this one came from this location, this came from Michael? Do you know how you could do that?
I can't do that. I just know it comes from his phone.
No, you're not capable of doing that, but you've spoken on your direct examination as if these things were represented to you. And in fact, you don't know who or where they came from, correct?
Came from Michael's number.
Michael's number, but you don't know who sent those, do you?
No.
Okay, let's be clear on that. Now, you said that you had this relationship with Michael. How often would y'all get together off work?
Every couple weeks.
Every couple weeks? Okay. How often did you do that every couple weeks?
2 or 3 times.
2 or 3 times?
Yeah, maybe once a week, maybe once every couple
Once a
weeks.
week, 2 or 3 times?
Yeah.
For how long?
After I had finally met Laurie, we started doing things as a family that
Give me
way.
a date.
I can't give you a date.
You can't give me a date, okay? Now, between 11/7 in 2015 and 9/15 in 2016, how many times were you at the Shaver residence?
So a couple times that I went seeing Laurie.
Okay. That's the date of the information. You witnessed no homicide, did you?
No.
Okay. You don't know specifically who sent you certain information, do you?
No.
How well did you know the kids, the children in this relationship?
Not very well.
Okay. You know of any health issues of any of the children?
No.
Okay. You spoke about, you went to some truck show or
Tractor show.
tractor show?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how long were you there?
I was there from around 10 o'clock in the morning till.
If he was there once a week or every fortnight or something, why did it take him 2.5 years to report a wellness check?
I don't know. That part doesn't make sense.
No. No.
I don't know. That part is weird. If you're working with him, you're seeing him outside of work. You know they're going to concrete this duck pond in. It gets concreted in. It's not a duck pond. He's missing. Why did you not put anything together?
Yep. Now it's 9:15, my darling. What do you want to do? You're going to hang for a bit longer,
yeah.
or? Yeah.
No. I need to.
Nope.
I need to get my stuff ready so I can head out.
Okie dokie.
I'm
Safe
sorry.
travels. Say hi to
Yes.
Daddy for me.
Will do. I will be back.
We'll be here.
I would tell you to all behave, but
no. So deaf ears.
I have given up on. I have given up on that part.
Yeah.
It was a dream.
Even in your mum voice.
Yes,
It's not going to happen.
it's a dream. But I will be listening as I'm driving.
Mm-hmm.
Carmen.
I'm not scared.
That's why Carmen moved 1,000 miles away. She's like, out of reach.
All right, my darling.
All right.
Safe travels.
I will be back in chat.
Don't threaten me.
Hey.
Oh my God. Uh-huh. You're gonna
This
leave
is
me
how-
with this.
This is how we used to fill in when we were waiting for a verdict. Carmen and Gabby would just tell these jokes forever. And I'd watch my numbers go up and down. And then every once in a while, like somebody would pop in because I'd be like, okay, maybe we should move on. And then somebody would like chat in that had been lurking out there. No, I love it. Like, okay, well, nobody else was saying anything, so I wasn't quite sure. But yes, they're very good at it. So if you need those two to fill time, you have tons of jokes. Alrighty.
All right.
I'll be
Thanks for that.
listening. I will see you guys all in the morning. We'll pick up wherever Jody has to stop for today. So probably 8 a.m. again.
Yeah.
So that we can get going. But other than that, I'll see you in chat.
Bye-bye. Toodaloo.
Bye.
1 o'clock in the afternoon.
And Mike had a relationship going as well with some girl named Kendall, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was that a productive relationship? Did it go south, so to speak? What?
I can only tell you what he told me, but yeah, eventually it ended.
It ended, right? Did it ever occur to
It
you some of
goes
those
south.
emails may have been from Kendall or
Agreed.
somebody else?
No.
Okay, that never occurred to you?
No.
Okay. You don't know who murdered Michael Shaver, do you?
No.
but you've taken a stand and you said that Laurie Shaver sold some guns, right?
Yes.
And you have no knowledge. You have no knowledge of one of those guns. Puts you in front of Michael Shaver, is it?
No.
Get back to the microphone, Baldy.
So what does that prove to you?
I don't know.
No, does it prove anything in your mind?
No.
Okay, very well. Now, would Mike sometimes drive to work Laurie's white truck?
Yes.
Okay. So we're talking about a truck at the residence that was observed, correct?
Yes.
But you know Michael was driving Laurie's white truck as well, correct?
Yes.
And any tools that were sold? Do you have any idea how that may be tied to the death of Michael Shaver?
No.
One moment, please, Judge. Do you have any knowledge whether or not Laurie needed any money when she sold those things?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know if she needed money. No.
I think not the
It
big
makes sense,
three.
would it not, that you got them maybe sold for monetary reasons?
Sure.
Thank you, sir. Correct?
Yes, sir. The correspondence you had with Michael Shaver after November 2015, is that solely protected?
Yes, sir.
No emails.
No emails.
And when you went over there and saw Michael Shaver's vehicle at his residence, when you went and checked on him on November 12th, was Laurie Shaver's truck also there?
Yes.
Thank you.
No, Judge.
All right. I may the witness be excused from this subpoena?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir. You're excused from
That's
further
the end of
testimony.
the
Have a good day. I think.
All right, so we go to today. Whoa, hello, big screen. Today. From the beginning. Come. It's nearly as bad as well, here we go. It was the roof for 39 minutes was the ceiling. Yep. Share the screen, Jody. We all hear that? Oh, oh my God. I
That,
haven't even added it to the
got
stage.
many of their
I'm
witnesses
sitting there watching
here
it.
observing the openings and the testimony
Sorry.
of the foremost witness at that date. So we ask that these witnesses that have been present, that they be excluded, barred from testimony, and that the state thereupon now advise the remaining witnesses not to not that they would advise them about the rule of sequestration
I
having
don't
been
recall you
invoked.
invoking the
Yeah.
rule.
Pardon me?
I don't recall you invoking the rule.
Yes, I did. I did right at that stage. I said, Judge, we're invoking the rule of sequestration. We'd ask the court and we'd ask the state to instruct the father that the rule's invoked and he's not to speak to anybody at that stage and for purposes at this time.
I
the
can hear
rule of
everything.
Motion, you
I
sequestration.
invoked the rule or you invoked the rule in court?
I
I
added it to
invoked
the
it here
stage.
before the court.
All right.
Yeah.
then-
Scared it,
Mr.
didn't
Wicks
let it.
invoked the rule during the perpetuation of the
My bad.
testimony of Jessica Holcomb because we had technically started the trial at that stage. When we put her on, he said that he wanted to invoke the rule then. And the rule has been invoked. I've informed all the witnesses that they are not to discuss anything that has gone on in this case. And the only listed witness that is testifying that has been present is Douglas Shaver, the witness that you said was allowed to be here.
There were witnesses on newsreels last night watching the news. The rule had been invoked. Witnesses were present in the courtroom yesterday, and that was specifically regarding Mr. Shaver. We weren't talking to Ms. Holcomb. Ms. Holcomb was released from her state.
What other witnesses specifically were present that you're concerned about?
Ms. Shaver, yeah.
Okay.
Who was present?
Sharon Shaver. It was noted in the opening statement that Sharon Shaver would be testifying, Brian Shaver, Stacy Shaver, and I did see Tamara Dale here yesterday along with many CSI agents. And I cannot identify the CSI agents because I was not there on scene. So how would I be able to distinguish who is going to be testifying and who was sitting in the courtroom yesterday?
Governor Tamara Dale was not here. Sharon Shaver is the decedent's mother. I listed her as someone that you might hear referenced, but she is not testifying. She was listed as a B witness.
Apparently, there was a shit ton of witnesses in the courtroom yesterday throughout the testimony. After the defense attorney had asked for the rule to be invoked that anyone testifying has to leave, and apparently there's like at least 6 of them that he's now saying they can't testify because they didn't leave. Oopsie. Pop-out.
Individuals that are here are all CSI individuals that were not even working with the sheriff's office at the time of the discovery of Michael Shaver's body in the backyard. None of them are listed witnesses. They are CSI agents that are allowed to be here to observe court process as a learning tool. And there's nothing to prevent people that aren't witnesses and that weren't even with the sheriff's office at the time of this investigation of being present.
It sounds like the individuals that were present are not being called to testify. Is that correct, Mr. Camuccio?
Yes, sir.
Who was it the state's acknowledging was present?
Douglas Shaver.
Nobody else.
No witness that's being called has been in this courtroom in violation of the law.
Okay, and nobody's watched the news?
I can't control that.
Well,
I've told the witnesses that they can't discuss the matters that happen in court.
So they're not to be present in court. They're not to discuss any testimony or with any other witness.
we have screenshots, Judge, of people that
So-
listed witnesses on.
Yeah, and these aren't really good. I guess my concern was during opening statements, Mr. Baskley stated that we would hear from the mother, the father. The father, we had the motion hearing on. The mother, the brother, the sister, and they were all sitting in the courtroom yesterday.
The brother and the sister were not in the courtroom. They were sitting outside the courtroom the entire time.
So,
Judge, I would just, in an abundance of caution, I would suggest when the witnesses approach that the court make an inquiry whether or not they've spoken to anybody or watched anything on TV to assure that there was no violation of the rule.
Sorry,
and for any lack of confusion at this state, again, we'd invoke the rule of sequestration, ask the state to advise the
The court to inquire of every witness or
each witness that takes a stand, whether or not they've spoken to anybody, whether they were in the courtroom yesterday. And if they weren't, and they were listed, they should be
Sir, you're making the allegation that there were individuals in the courtroom that should not have been in the courtroom. You tell me who you're concerned about, Mr. Wiggs.
Well,
just did.
My client just advised the court, the mother and Tamara Dale, we suggest, was present, and
Brian Shaver.
Brian Shaver.
Stacy Shaver was here.
Okay, so Brian Shaver, Stacy Shaver, and Sharon Shaver. Who else?
Tamara Dale.
Okay, those 4 individuals.
Pardon me?
The court will inquire of those 4 individuals then.
You want me to bring this Brian Shaver and Stacy Turner in right now, Judge?
Or all the other individuals present? Ms. Tamara Dale's here.
She's not here. She hasn't been here at all this week because she's not testifying until later. And as I said, Sharon Shaver is not testifying.
All right. Well, let's bring them in, and the court can make the appropriate inquiry.
Right. A little bit of ASMR to keep us entertained. That's L for the ASMR. Oh. L. It's off to L we go.
Turner, Brian Shaver has not arrived yet this morning. I thought he had. Where would you like?
How about the podium, Ms. Turner? This shouldn't take very long.
I was about to say, I think there must be some leather seats in there that are squeaking because I heard it too.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Stacy Turner.
Okay, and spell your full name.
STACIE TURNER.
Okay. All right, and were you instructed not to discuss your testimony with anyone?
Yes.
Okay, and have you discussed
Yes,
your
number
testimony
3.
with anyone?
No.
Were you in the courtroom yesterday?
No, I was not.
Okay, and have you viewed or been influenced by any media reports, newspaper, TV, otherwise?
No, the very end of a story was on this morning, but I did not see it. I just heard Laurie's name mentioned.
Yes, ma'am. All right, State, do you wish to inquire? Okay, Mr. Wiggs?
This one's clumsy.
Okay, are you satisfied with the responses, sir? Okay, and again, please
I used to jump up
continue.
or try to jump up on
The
benches
rule
and
is
hit his
invoked, it
head
remains
halfway up.
invoked. Do not discuss your
Yeah,
testimony with anyone.
hence the name.
Do not view any media concerning the case. Do not do any research concerning the case.
Yes, sir.
All right, and please remain outside the courtroom.
Hello, buddy.
Thank you, Your
Okay,
Honor.
anything further? Okay. All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Is there anyone else present that is of concern?
You can double check to see if Brian.
If you would, sir. Thank you.
He's not here. I'll make sure we try to fit that in.
There was earlier talk about the concept of entrance stacking. Mr. Camuccio and I addressed the matter, and there was some argument that took place about it. I went back and I knew the rule had been changed, but I wanted to see how it was changed. And I came upon the Smith versus Carlisle decision. And that decision is cited at 378 Southern 3rd, 1213. It's a 2024 decision.
We're 40 minutes into the trial for the day, and they're still arguing over BS. This is to do with the state's motion to allow the Facebook summaries to come in, and now this because the motion was granted and they were allowed to bring them in, the defense is up in arms, and he's found some other case law now. So yeah, let's get to the first witness. Oh, Lordy B. I think Mr. Camucci might be a little bit fed up with Mr. Wiggs, just quietly. Oh, the jury's coming in. Hey, how long did that take? Yeah, that's the version I know, Tricia. Oh, Lord. Hell. What does it take for people to walk in the bloody courtroom. Come on. Wally. Giddy up, people. Giddy up. All right, who's this?
Good morning. Please
Can
state
hear
and spell your
whispering.
name for the record.
Rita Merritt, RITAMERRITT.
Please raise your
Love
right hand.
stuff.
I'll
Are you
swear you
Rita?
in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please proceed.
The audio
Good
switch.
morning, Ms. Marion.
Good morning.
You're a little soft-spoken, and we're trying to make sure that that microphone picks up everything you say. So you can lean in and talk. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Rita Merritt.
Did you know Michael Shaver?
I did,
How did you know him?
through my husband, Frank Merritt.
Oh, Lord.
And how long did you know him?
For about 6 months or so.
And were your families friendly? Did you socialize
Could you
together?
talk any
Yes, sir,
slower?
a couple times.
And did you ever go over to his house, to Michael Shaver's house, to visit or socialize with Michael Shaver, his wife, and their kids?
Yes, sir.
And did you socialize at other locations other than either of your homes?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever met Laurie Shaver?
Yes, sir.
And did you meet her through Michael and your husband?
Yes, sir.
Do you see her and recognize her in the court today?
Yes, sir.
Can you point her out and just describe something she's wearing?
The tan jacket.
Now, did you meet Michael or Laurie first?
Actually, I met them together.
And I want to take you back to November 7th of 2015. Did you see Michael and Laurie Shaver that day? Yeah, you did.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry.
Unfortunately,
And
we
where did
can't
you see
control
them?
the judge again.
At the Florida Flywheeler show.
What kind of event was that?
It was an event that had like old steam engines and tractors and kind of like a swap meet type of place.
Who all was there as far as you, your family, and their family?
Mike and Lori, their 2 kids, Aiden and Isabel, my husband Frank, my daughter Carly, and myself.
And did you see Michael and Laurie Shaver interacting together?
Yes, sir, when we first got there.
And what was the demeanor of those individuals while you were there?
Objection. Just calling the witness to speculate on the mental process of another individual.
It's an individual's lay opinion of another individual's demeanor. So,
What caused their mental impression?
all right, overruled. You may answer.
Describe it.
It seemed to be there was some tension between them.
Why would you say that?
Well, when we got there, we met up, and it was like, I don't know what happened. They just were their friendly selves.
Sure. Now, at some point, did Mike, Laurie, and their kids leave without you and your husband and your daughter?
Yes,
And just to be clear, you guys arrived separately in different vehicles.
yes,
Now, on that day, was that the last time that you either spoke or saw Michael Shaver?
yes.
When you were over at their house, did you ever observe anything that was being utilized as a fire pit?
No,
In the backyard, was there an area where the family had started some sort of construction of something that they wanted to put in there?
Mike had talked about digging a duck pond. They had ducks and chickens and stuff, and he had talked about digging a duck pond for his ducks.
And had that excavation, had that hole started to be dug while you were over there socializing?
The last time we were there was in September, the last time I was there, and I don't believe at that time that he had started it, but we did talk about it.
I have nothing further at this time.
All right, Mr.
He
Wiggs.
needs to get a
Yes, ma'am,
height
please.
of the group.
Yes, sir.
Now, ma'am, you testified that y'all socialized, correct?
Yes.
But she's got some decent bangs. There you go. One from Jody. Yeah.
Okay. You never observed a murder, correct?
I'm sorry.
You never observed a homicide,
No, sir.
okay? Most you're saying is y'all went out to some truck show, I believe, and that somebody was in a bad mood.
Yes.
That would cause you to speculate about their mental problems, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, sir.
Did somebody say I'm in a bad mood?
No, sir.
Okay. Did it occur to you somebody may have health issues?
Health issues? No, sir.
How was the temperature?
It was early in the morning, so it wasn't that warm then. But as the day went by, it got pretty heated. Yes.
Very hot, did it not?
Yes. Mhm.
So your conclusion, somebody was in a bad mood, doesn't take into consideration other factors such as health issues, temperature outside, correct?
Correct.
They surely don't relate to any homicide that was committed, correct?
I would say no.
Thank you.
Any follow-up? May the witness be excused from her subpoena. Okay.
That was,
Thank you for appearing
that
today. You're
was
excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
riveting testimony there
Yes,
from
sir.
80s head who? 80s banger L sidebar L.
Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable.
Who's
Let me
next?
know when you're ready to go. Right here, sir. Thank you.
Come on, make it interesting.
Good morning.
Judge, we approach this momentarily.
Yes, sir.
L.
Raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury? I'm John Borgle. And
John
did you know
Borgle.
Michael Shaver? Yes, I did. How did you know Michael Shaver? So I was Michael's leader at Disney for a few years. He actually worked for me on 2 occasions. First time was when he was in his 4th year as apprenticeship in a monorail shop. So that was from roughly August of 13 through August of 14. And then in 2015, or in 2014, he transferred to Epcot when he completed his apprenticeship. I also transferred to Epcot in April of 2015, and that's where Mike worked for me again. When you refer to yourself as his leader, is that basically a supervisor? Yes, sir. And in order to work as a mechanic at Disney, what did he have to do to get that position? So Mike actually completed a 4-year apprenticeship as a mechanical apprentice in order to be able to work at Disney, and then also complete an exam in order to be able to work as a attractions mechanic in one of our attractions. And how was he performing as an employee? Mike actually performed really well. Was not happy on a personal aspect when he transferred to Epcot from the monorails, because I was at monorails. I wanted to keep him. But I was really happy when I transferred to Epcot and he was once again working for me. And when, in the course of the time that you were supervising him, was there ever any discussions of his advancement within the program? Yes.
Judge,
Hearsay,
hearsay.
sir.
Hearsay.
All right. Overruled.
So I was actually, in late 2015, I was actually ready to promote Mike to a working foreman position, which would have involved a pay raise. And that was primarily due to his work ethic and the way he was respected by the teams. And had you made him aware of that consideration? Yes, sir. Now, as a mechanic at Disney, well, specifically when he went through the apprenticeship program, was he issued tools by Disney? So there is a small set of tools that are issued by Disney. It's just a standard set that they're issued. However, each cast member is allowed the opportunity in order to be able to purchase and bring in their own set of tools. So those tools are can be also be generic ones or specific for whatever task it is that they are performing in the attractions. And even the tools issued by Disney once he completes the apprenticeship program, do they then belong to the individual? That I don't recall. Now, does Disney maintain records of employment that include absences, whether or not someone called in sick, didn't call in when they were absent, things of that nature? Yes, sir. I'm going to go ahead and show defense what has been previously been marked as State's Exhibit U, proper business record certification, business records from Walt Disney work, Michael Shaver.
Judge, we're going to object to the objection, or to the certification, excuse me. The records are just improper bolstering at this stage. They're not relevant, probative. This witness has no probative testimony other than to try to bolster a man who's not here. It's not probative pursuant to Smith versus Carlisle and Volker as well that I've cited to the court.
All right, state's response.
Any sort of objection to the business record certification? Finally, as not for the business record certifications for these Disney records were not done prior to trial. And
In the pre-trial hearing, this was brought up in a motion from the state to bring in these documents, and the judge ruled that they could only come in with proper foundation laid, so hence the objection. Yeah. Yes, they haven't found him yet, have they? Yeah, I was watching it today. Not good. Not good. Come and stay here. Come and live with me.
We are going to be talking about attendance records, which are contained within.
It does not alleviate the relevancy, whether or not there's an objection made prior to trial or not. The state still has to show the probative value, regardless of whether they want to introduce it. Under Smith versus Carlisle and Volker, it's not probative evidence to just bring a man in and try to bolster somebody's testimony to try to throw some ammunition out there on behalf of the state. Yeah, it's not probative in any matter.
Anything further?
No, sir.
Objections overruled.
States move in states U into evidence as states number 9.
Wow.
States U will be admitted into evidence as states number 9.
Now, Mr. Borgman, prior to your testimony here today, have you gone back and reviewed Mr. Shaver's attendance records during the time frame that he was working at Disney?
Yes, sir, I have.
All right. Now, I want to take you back to November of 2015. Was Michael Shaver scheduled to work on November 10th, 2015?
Yes, he was.
And Your Honor, I would ask at this time to publish the contents of states number 9 to the jury.
Whether he was supposed to show up for work one particular day does not alleviate or does not answer the question.
Please approach.
All right, let's have a sidebar. Thank you.
Oh my God. I think this attorney is going to drive me mental with these interactions. And his quotation of case law.
I'll direct your attention to the page that's numbered on the bottom. That's 986.
Yeah.
Do you have that page in front of you?
Almost.
Okay.
Oh, really?
986.
Now, on November 10th, 2015,
You know what?
was
The
Mr.
only
Shaver
issue-
scheduled for work?
Yes,
The
he was.
only issue I see with that is that you're going to get all of these people going out doing their redneck thing, trying to get the money, and it's a bit scary.
And did he show for his scheduled work?
November 10th, he's actually documented as a no-call, no-show, which means, so no-call, no-show means he was scheduled for work and he did not call in, whether it be call sick, call whatever, in order to let us know he was not coming into work.
And what was his next shift after November 10th, 2015?
So it would have been November 10th, which actually would have been his first day coming back to work after his 2 days off. So November 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, and 14th. So there's 4 consecutive no-call, no-shows.
And all of those are reflected in the records that you're referring to there?
Yes, sir.
And going back through his attendance at Disney, had he ever no-call, no-show for work before November 2015?
No, he did not.
I'll just quickly go through those records appearing on page 97, 98, 99, 990, 991.
So he was a good employee.
There on page 991 as far as the time frame that Mr. Shaver was working with Disney, where there was something on his attendance.
The one for 926
on
top one.
The date on 991 showing
the date at 991. The very first entry is 8/31/2009.
So in that 6-year period prior to November of 2015, no call, no shows.
That is correct.
Once Mr. Shaver had failed to appear for work and didn't call in, first of all, was that concerning and unusual to you based on his prior experience?
Yes, it was.
And so what did you do?
So the first night, I would have actually asked the team members who know Mike best if they knew something was going on, if he had reached out to any of them, and I would have sent him a text message.
Did you ever call him on the phone?
Not the first night.
And how were you communicating with him then?
At that time, it was via text message.
And did he or someone in possession of his phone correspond back with you?
On the 13th was actually when I received the text back, because by the 13th, that had been 3 consecutive no-call, no-shows. By Disney policy, 3 consecutive no-call, no-shows. It is a automatic termination of employment with a company. So I had been texting and trying to call his cell phone in order to find out what was going on, as well as if there was issues in order to offer assistance, because Disney does have Disney assistance program where if things are coming up, we're able to help out, especially for outstanding employees. So I had reached out to Mike, and on the 13th is when I got a text message back. The text message stated along the lines of
Objection. Judge.
All right, sidebar, please.
What was the response that you received?
So the response I received back was having issues at home in Georgia right now. Either fire me or I'll quit. I'm not coming back to work.
And his personal property, being the tools, were still at Disney.
Yes, sir.
Did he ever come back to get those?
No, he did not.
Did you ever reach out to Laurie Shaver to ask her what to do about those tools?
No, I did not reach out to Laurie. I still continue to try to reach out to Mike. Part of the process that we have with the company when somebody leaves the company, whether on their own volition or whether they were terminated, is their tools are their property. So we do not maintain or keep their property. So we make every effort in order to return the property back to them. Since Mike's toolbox was in the attraction, made every effort in order to return the toolbox. At that time, it was actually shortly after that, so it would have been early December, is when I received a snapshot of a message that Frank Merritt had received in order to turn the toolbox over to Frank.
Now, have you seen or actually spoken with Michael Shaver since November 7th of 2015?
No, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
Mr. Borglum, tell us about your IT experience.
IT experience, very minimal.
Do you? Do you hold any kind of degree in IT?
No, sir.
Okay. And when you say you received a message, you don't know who you received the message from, do you?
Other than the fact it comes up on the phone as the message for the caller ID showed it was Mike Shaver's cell phone.
Okay. Do you know where that was sent from?
No, sir.
Do you know what router it was sent from?
No, sir.
Do you know what Michael Shaver was doing 24 hours before he last showed up for work?
No, sir.
Do you know who he was with
No, sir.
the last 24 hours?
No, sir.
Do you know who was with Michael Shaver the last 24 hours?
No, sir.
Do you know where Michael Shaver was at?
Oh my God.
No, sir. I do not. I would have assumed he would have been at home, but no.
That's your assumption, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, aside from the records that were introduced, did Michael have any complaints at work?
No, sir.
Okay. Was there a Kendall Davidowski? Somebody was dating at work?
There is a Kendall Davidowski at Disney, but
Yeah.
I don't know whether he was dating her or not.
Do you know if she had filed any complaints against her?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So you don't know if those are a complete statement of all the records on file with Disney, do you?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. And you don't know who Kendall Davidowski is?
I know who Kendall Davidowski is. She
Okay.
also worked for me during a period of time.
Okay. And you don't know whether or not Mr. Shaver had a relationship with her?
No, sir.
Okay. One moment, please, Judge.
Yes, sir. Please, sir. Thank you and have a good day.
Next. That was riveting testimony too.
All right, please state your full legal name and spell your name, please.
My name is Brendan Robert Burns. It's Brenden, Robert, Robeert, Burns, Burns.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please proceed.
Why don't you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Again, my name is Brendan Burns. I'm an airline pilot by trade, but at the time I was a aircraft mechanic.
Did you know Michael Shaver?
Yes, I did.
And how did you first meet Michael Shaver?
As I was an aircraft mechanic at Warbird Adventures in Kissimmee, Mike came in as a volunteer to help work on some aircraft projects, race airplane, etc.
And when you say you came in as a volunteer, what type of role was he wanting to volunteer to do?
As an aircraft mechanic, I guess any tasks associated with working on our race airplane mainly.
And that area where he started to volunteer, did you start a friendship with Michael Shaver?
I did, yes.
And through that, did you meet his wife, Laurie Shaver?
Yes, I did.
Do you see her in the courtroom today and you can identify her by something that she's wearing?
Yes, I do. She's wearing a tan coat.
Now, what types of things would Michael Shaver do for this race team?
Honestly, whatever was requested of him. One of the first things I remember him being sort of assigned to was we were building a new canopy for the race airplane. So he was molding some styrofoam for a mold of the canopy. That was one of the first things I remember.
And were there times that his wife, Laurie Shaver, would also participate in the activities of this race team?
Yes.
And how would that come about?
Well, Laurie would attend the races, and she helped out in the merchandise booth. We sold T-shirts, hats, and other paraphernalia. Did you ever go over to their home to visit or socialize? Yes, I did.
And was there a period of time, in case I didn't ask, what was the period of time that you knew and were friends with Michael?
I believe it was late 2012 or early 2013 through fall of 2015.
And was there a period of time you were friends with Michael that he had moved out of the home and was living in the hangar?
Yes, yes.
What time frame was that?
He lived in the hangar, I want to say it was late 2014 or early 2015.
And during that time, was he separated?
Yes.
During that time that he was living at the hangar, did Michael Shaver start dating someone else?
Yes.
And who was that?
Her name was Kendall.
And was that somebody that also worked at Disney, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, yes.
After a period of time, did you see Laurie Shaver start coming back to the hangar when Michael was living there?
Yes, I did.
And what types of things would she do when she would return to the hangar where Michael was staying?
Well, I saw her talk to Mike outside. One time there were some pizzas in the break room, and I asked, and someone said that Laurie had bought pizzas for the race team.
And after this period of time, in the summer of 2015, did Michael Shaver leave the hangar and return to live at the marital home?
Yes, he did.
Are you Facebook friends with Michael Shaver?
Yes, sir.
And have you, during the time that you've been friends and since his disappearance, been able to look at the pictures and things that have been posted on his Facebook?
Yes.
And here at this time, I'm showing the defense what has been previously been marked for identification, states V, of Facebook records with appropriate business record certification, as well as 2 individual photographs labeled states X and states W.
We approach.
We approach. These are the Facebook records that he is really fighting hard to not let in.
On business records notice and certification provided by Meta, the state of states V, the Facebook records of Michael Shaver into evidence in states number 10.
All right, states V will be admitted into evidence of states number 10.
Yes, same objection, Judge.
All right, sir, overruled.
Now, first I'm showing you a photograph taken from those records that's been labeled as states W. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And first of all, who's that a photograph of?
That's Mike Shaver.
And how do you recognize that photograph?
I recognize this photograph because I took this photograph.
And what was the circumstances that you took that photograph?
Mike and I were fishing behind my house that I lived at the time.
And when would that event
Oh dear.
This was in June of 2014, I believe.
And after you took that photograph, did you share that with Michael Shaver?
I'm sure I did, either via text or I tagged him on Facebook.
And at that time, did you have a working phone number for Michael Shaver?
Yes, I did.
And what was that phone number?
It's
Do you have it on your phone?
It's on my phone.
When looking at your phone, is the entry that you have on your phone help refresh your memory about what his phone number was?
Yeah.
Did you ever change it at any time during your friendship since you had that number program and up till today?
I have not.
Okay. Can you go ahead and look at it, please?
Sure.
I hardly ever go on my Facebook anymore, Gabby. Because I generally post directly from YouTube onto Facebook. I don't have any need to. Yeah, I just use it as advertising. I don't even check. It's yeah. There's too much BS on there. I'm not interested in everyone else's whinging.
The phone number that I have for Mike Shaver
Thank
is area
you.
code 352
I
431
will go and have a look.
5121.
All right, this time, the state will move State's Exhibit W into evidence as State's Exhibit number 11.
Same objection, Judge, improper predicate.
Objections overruled. States W will be entered into evidence as State's number 11.
Now, did you see this picture appear on Michael Shaver's Facebook?
Yeah, at some point.
And when was the last time you had any contact where you either saw or spoke with Michael Shaver?
It was early October 2015.
And when something is posted onto Facebook, when you're going through, does it have dates and things that correlate to that posting as you're looking at the post?
Typically, yes.
And I'm going to go ahead and present this exhibit that's been admitted into evidence. When does this show that photograph was uploaded on Facebook?
It shows it was uploaded March 8 of 2017.
I'll go ahead and publish for the jury. Is that the photograph that we've been talking about that's on the screen?
Yes.
I'm going to go ahead and show you another
Ladies and
photograph.
gentlemen of the jury, if you wish, you may get up from your seats if you would like to get closer to view the photograph. So feel free to move about the jury box.
Careful, Mr. Cameraman.
If
Stand
you
back,
need to, Deputy
stand
Olmsted
back.
will allow you outside of the jury box so you can view the photograph or any exhibits more closely.
Yeah. The only thing I use is Messenger, and that's purely just get onto Marketplace.
And that
That's a
applies
good
to
shot,
all
Mark.
exhibits. Feel free to move about the jury box and out of the jury box as needed.
Oh, move about the jury box.
Show you previously embarked X. You recognize this photograph.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize that photograph?
It's a picture of some random bar somewhere that
Where
Mike
did you first see that photograph?
on Facebook.
And specifically, whose Facebook profile?
That was Mike Shaver's Facebook.
And when you saw that photograph on Mike Shaver's Facebook profile, why did that individual picture seem unusual to you?
Well, he's not in the picture, and I don't recognize any person in this photograph or the place it was taken.
And looking at that photograph, did you do anything to kind of look into where that photograph came from?
Not really. I mean,
But as the photograph that you were looking at from Facebook that was posted on his profile, you do not recognize Mr. Shaver in that or any other individual.
That's correct.
All right, this time the state removes States X in evidence at States number 12.
Judge, same objection. Is an improper predicate.
All right, so objection is overruled. States X will be admitted into evidence as States number 12.
And is this photograph, which I'll publish show when that was posted.
It says it was uploaded January 2nd of 2018.
Thank you, Gabby.
Okay.
Try to send me a message on Messenger.
States 12.
All right, request to publish is granted.
That is the exhibit itself. That's how it comes in. As far as the writing on it. I'll go ahead and publish the physical exhibit to the jury.
Once you view that, the physical exhibit, please pass it around to the other jury members. Thank you.
have you seen or spoken to Michael Shaver since November of 2015?
I have not.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
May I please report?
Yes, sir.
So this digital data went back between you and Michael, allegedly, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. You don't know who was on the other end of the router, correct?
That's correct.
You don't know if it was a male or a female, correct?
Correct.
You don't know how many people were in the residence, correct?
That's correct.
You don't know if it was intercepted anywhere, correct?
Correct.
You're not an IT personnel, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Were you present during the demise of Michael Shaver?
I was not.
Do you know anybody that was?
I do not.
So this digital data is supplied to say, essentially, I saw him in this period, I believe, correct?
Yes.
I sent him something, I believe, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember Laurie Shaver's child, Erilyn?
No.
You don't remember that child?
No.
Okay. Did you turn over your computer to law enforcement?
No.
Did they issue a warrant to secure any information from your system?
No.
Very well. Thank you.
All right. Redirect?
Do you know any of Michael Shaver and Laurie Shaver's children?
Yes.
Who were they?
Isabel and I forget the little boy's name.
Any children that you had after Michael Shaver, would you have any way of knowing? And has there ever been any inference or discussion of any text messages or anything that you would receive from Michael Shaver on your computer?
Not that I'm aware of.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
Nothing further. Thank you, Judge.
Oh, hooray.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you for appearing today, sir. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Okay.
St. Paul, Robert Mercado.
Robert Ricardo.
All set? Yes. Okay. Please state and spell your full legal name.
My name's Robert Mercado Jr. ROBERTMERCADO.
Please raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please proceed.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name's Robert Mercado.
Did you know Michael Shaver?
Yes.
How did you know Michael?
Did you know Michael
We first
Jackson?
met at work in our apprenticeship, mechanical apprenticeship,
CCs.
and from there on we hit it off.
When you talk about your apprenticeship at work, where did you?
At Walt Disney World.
And were you guys going through the
What
apprenticeship
does
at the
this
same
have
time?
to do with
We
anything?
were we ended up at the same location. He was a year ahead of me.
How long is that apprenticeship?
It's a 4-year apprenticeship.
Now, through Michael Shaver, did you ever meet his wife, Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
And did you ever go over to their house to visit or socialize?
Yes, multiple times.
And in November of 2015, what kind of vehicle did you have?
Piss
I had
myself
a
effing laughing.
gray Explorer.
And in November of 2015,
Wow.
did you?
I knew something that Gabby didn't. I'm not old. Go me.
You ever go pick Michael Shaver up from his home and take him anywhere so he could leave his family?
No.
Did you ever take him to Georgia and drop him off anywhere up there?
No.
Going back to November 2015, did you have any upcoming plans with Michael Shaver for later in the month?
Yes, we were planning on having Thanksgiving together.
And when you talk
I'm
about
guessing
having
that didn't
Thanksgiving
happen.
together, who
gonna
all
have
was
duck
involved
dinner?
with that Thanksgiving?
It was going to be his and my family at his house.
And so when you talk about his and your family, would that have included Maury and his children?
Yes.
Did you have children?
Yes.
How old were your children in comparison to his?
Older.
TWCC. Twat waffle coochie canoe. That's what I'm going with.
Mine are older than his.
When was the last time that you physically saw or spoke in person to Michael Shaver?
It was at least a month
Who wins,
before
Gabby?
we were making plans.
Was I right?
Did you ever receive any contact about those Thanksgiving plans, either canceling it or doing anything with those plans?
Yes, I messaged him multiple times a couple weeks before just to
Was that
solidify the
laugh
event.
my
And
farty ass off?
after that, they just texted me back saying that we were canceling it.
Was there anything unusual about your correspondence with him about that event after November 10th of 2015?
Yeah, he kind of just stopped talking to me and said he wanted to be left alone.
Was that out of character for him?
Absolutely.
And have you spoken on the phone, or any contact that you can verify was in fact from Michael Shaver since November of 2015?
No.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
Yes.
Mr. McCarthy, did you ever go over there?
Transport Mr. Shaver to or from the residence.
Yes.
Okay. What was that regarding?
Depends, really. Which time you...
Is this the
Was
Coochie
there more
Olympics?
than one time?
Yeah, I used to go over there all the time.
Was there any time that you transported, removed any goods of his, any items of clothing with him when he was leaving the residence?
The one time I picked him up from court and took him to his residence.
To obtain some things?
Yeah,
Yes,
get me?
Yeah.
I must have accidentally touched microphone, and so I left my messenger open. So there is a whole spiel of everything I've just said, ready to send to you, including twat waffle coochie canoe. Oh, that's gold. You never know who's listening.
And were you there at any time when there was any violence between Mr. Shaver and Ms. Shaver?
Yes.
Okay. So you witnessed that?
Yes.
And there was a 911 call, correct?
Not at that time, no.
Okay. Did you have to get between Mr. Shaver?
I had to get between both of them.
Okay. When Mr. Shaver left the residence, do you know where he resided?
I took him home with me that night, and then the following day, he stayed at the Warbirds Museum hangar.
He watched
for
AJ pop
roughly
up now.
better part of a year after that.
Okay. Did you witness any homicide in this case?
No, sir.
You know what Mr. Shaver was doing 24 hours before his death?
No, sir.
Do you know who was present with Mr. Shaver?
No.
4 hours before his death.
No, I did not.
One moment, please, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Let's get to the daughter, shall we? Come on.
Just arguments. And at that time,
That's a
when
great
I walked
song.
in, I noticed that she had a gun in her hand and she was waving it
Wicked
around saying
song.
she was going to hurt herself. So I separated them, removed the weapon from the area, consoled her, and tried to
I might
calm
be
her
singing
down
that
while he
right
got the
now.
rest of his stuff. And then we left.
So when you're referring to some violence that you observed between them, you never saw Michael Shaver touch or strike Ms. Shaver in any way?
No, he would never.
The only thing that you saw was Ms. Shaver brandishing a weapon and making threats.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Making friends,
Was 911
not
call?
threats.
Not that I'm aware of at that time, no.
Okay. Did you see anything happen to Mr. Shaver?
Not that night.
Okay. Mr. Shaver was acting aggressive on that night, correct?
They both were.
They both were. Okay. And Mr. Shaver's the one that left the residence, correct?
Yes, I took him with me, yes.
Out of his necessity because of his act of violence, correct?
It was for the betterment of both of them that he left.
He left by law, correct?
Not that night, no.
Not that night. It was a different night?
It was the previous night.
I see. Okay. And you came to retrieve his belongings with him, correct?
Yes.
And he was acting violent at that time?
No, he was not.
Okay. You just stated you got in between the two of them
Yes.
because they were acting violent, correct?
While he was trying to retrieve his stuff, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Nothing further.
All right. And may the witness be released from a subpoena.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you for testifying here today. You're released
I
from any
do.
further testimony.
Private eyes.
Thank you and have a good day.
His handsome got
Hey,
easy.
Corey Lutzow.
I think you'd have a wicked la bouche. I was. Not very well.
Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to go.
I'm tapping my foot now. Something's in my head.
All right, sir. Please raise your right hand. Please state and spell your full legal name.
My name is Corey J. Lutzow. It's spelled Cory. Middle name is Jay.
We should have a karaoke stream. See, the shit that just pops into my head. How much fun would that be?
My last name is spelled L-U-T, Z as in zebra, O-W.
All right. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
All right. Thank you, sir. Please proceed.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Corey Lutzow.
Did you know Michael Shaver?
Yes, I did.
How did you know Michael Shaver?
I worked with Michael Shaver
That was
at
funny.
Disney, at Epcot at the attraction Spaceship Earth.
And approximately when did you start working with him?
Roughly about spring of 2015, when I transferred from being an attractions cast member to a mechanic.
And at that point, had he already gone through the apprenticeship program?
Yeah, actually, he had just graduated the apprenticeship program.
And as a mechanic over there, were you working at the same attraction with him, a different attraction? Or how was that?
We were working at the same attraction. I was actually introduced to Mike on my first day on the job. He was going to be the guy that was actually showing me around the attraction and getting.
He's related to Fabio from Last Trial. He's the conservative brother. We could have it on a private stream or a members only stream.
Me acquainted with everything.
And would you ever visit or socialize with Michael Shaver outside of work?
No. We messaged a couple times on Facebook, text message here or there, but never really got a chance to socialize outside of work because with my stint in the military, I was always busy going between Disney and doing the military thing. So never really got a chance to socialize outside of work.
Did you all work the same shift?
Yes, we had the same days, same working days, same days off.
And what shift was that?
So our shift was third shift, and we had Sunday, Mondays off. So we would usually come in on a Tuesday night, and then we would clock out early Saturday mornings for our weekends.
Where do mechanics at Disney get their tools from?
How many work colleagues do they want to? This is another bloody lally shit show. Don't bring in 40 freaking co-workers and get them to testify. Oh my God. Somebody kill me, please.
So during the apprenticeship program, when you go through the apprenticeship program, you get your tools assigned to you, and then you get to keep those upon graduation. And then if there are any other specialty tools that you would like.
Calling all ducks. Oh, come here, duck.
To buy. We have a Snap-on and a Mack truck that will come around usually on Wednesdays. So if you want to make any personal purchases, you can do so.
Now, when you purchase these from the Snap-on or the Mack truck, do you get better deals than if you go into like Home Depot or something like that?
Yeah, give or take. A lot of the times, I know me personally, me and Mike, we actually ended up buying like the same product. They had a deal where you can get a 1/2-inch impact, a 3-inch impact with battery packs, whole 9 yards. That usually would retail about $1,500–1,600, and we ended up getting them for like $700–800.
Now, as someone who worked on the same attraction and the same shift as Michael Shaver, were you familiar with the tools that he had?
Yeah, his toolbox was right next to mine.
And do you have similar tools to what he has?
Yeah, generally. So with the attractions, with the apprenticeship program, they give them what they classify as a basic tool set. I don't exactly know how many pieces were in that tool set, but both his set and my set were almost identical.
And what kind of condition was his tools in?
I mean, just normal wear and tear, but he took pride in his tools just like mine. I mean, they were strategically placed, very well marked, so it was easy to find if we needed to borrow each other's tools.
And as far as the cost of these tools, you said you had very similar workup in your kit?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And so you are familiar with the value of the tools through your own personal experience?
Oh, 100%. I keep track, very accurate track of how much I spend on my tools.
And what's a rough estimate of the tools that Michael Shaver had that you had an opportunity to observe?
I would probably say his toolbox comparable to mine was roughly between $3,000 and $4,000 worth of tools.
When was the last time that you had any contact with Michael Shaver?
Last contact I had with Mike was the weekend he went missing when, which I would say would probably like around the 12th and 13th of November 2015-ish.
Were you given an estimate of that date?
I believe so, yeah. It's been so many years since it's happened.
Was your last contact with him at work?
Yes, we had clocked out of work, and we usually all walk to the parking lot together, and we all say, "Hey, we'll see you on Tuesday." And then they're like, and everybody reciprocates, and then we all go on our merry way.
If the work records indicate that the last day that he worked was November 7th, would that then be the last day that you had contact with him?
Yes.
And you said you guys worked the same schedule, same shifts. So the November 10th being the next day he was supposed to come in and work, was he there?
No, he was not.
Did he ever return to work?
No, we did not see him.
Have you ever tried to reach out to him after he stopped showing up to work?
I reached out to him that Wednesday. So the second day he did not show up for work, I reached out to him via Facebook and said, "Hey man, just checking on you, make sure you're good, make sure you're good." Never got any response, but I did get a read receipt because if anybody knows social media, if you're on Facebook Messenger, the little icon will drop down showing that it's been read, and it showed it was read.
Fiction. Please testify. Excuse me.
Sidebar, please.
Sidebar. Oh. Private.
You had knowledge that message was received.
So when I opened my Facebook Messenger, after I had sent the message, I had noticed again the little icon that shows your profile photo had dropped down, and it showed that it had been read. Usually when you open a message and it hasn't been read, the icon still remained high. So I saw that the message had been read, but I did not receive any messages responding to checking in on him.
Did Michael Shaver ever return to Disney to pick up those tools that you talked about?
No, he did not.
Have you seen or spoken to Michael Shaver since that time that you all left work on November 7th, 2015?
Nope, did not. I've not seen him or spoken to him.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
Sir, you don't know how Michael Shaver died, do you?
You don't know
I heard about how he died, but I don't know 100%. No.
What you're going on is...
You know what he was doing 24 hours before?
I guess you can say that.
Right. You were not present when the demise of Michael Shaver, did you?
No.
Okay. You don't know who responded to any email that you may have sent to Michael Shaver.
I never said I sent an email. I said I sent him a direct message via Facebook. That's not an email.
Right. And a form of an email communication, correct?
Again, that's not an email.
Okay.
It's a
communication.
It's a communication. It's a direct message, almost like a text message.
And you're not an IT guy.
I never claimed that to be that. No.
I didn't say you did claim to be. You hold a degree in IT, correct?
Nope.
You don't know who was at any location that may have intercepted that, correct?
No.
Thank you. Let me ask you one more question. You know what Kendall Bailey?
I've heard of the name, but I've never met her.
You work at Disney?
My understanding is she worked at Disney, but she was not in my location when I was there.
You don't find mistake her?
Nope. Again, all I know is I heard of the name, but that
So
was it.
anyway.
Okay. Do you know anybody Michael was saying?
Nope. We never talked about that.
Thank you. State.
All right, sir. Thank you for appearing today. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day.
Hey, oh,
Jurors out for a comfort break.
jurors out for a comfort break. All right, let's get the comfort break.
Please be seated, sir.
Over there.
Please state your name for the record and spell your full name.
Brian Shaver, BRIANSHAVER.
All right, please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I will.
There are a few preliminary questions that I'd like to ask you. Were you in the courtroom yesterday?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you discussed your testimony with anyone?
No, sir.
Okay. Has anyone discussed their testimony with you?
No, sir.
Okay. Have you done any research regarding the case?
No, sir. Well, yes, I have in the past, not recently.
How long ago?
Just kind of keeping a little current with it, but I wouldn't say recent.
Okay. And have you viewed anything in the media recently?
I saw it on the news last night, just
Okay.
on the local news, but that was it.
All right. And State, do you have any questions?
Mr. Shaver, you didn't watch the live stream or anything?
No, sir.
The work coverage?
No, sir.
When you talk about research, you're following news media to follow along with your brother's case.
Yes, that is correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
Did you see the news last night?
I saw about the court proceedings, about the jury selection and stuff.
Okay.
Well,
Has
you
the
just
state
did the
communicated
jury
with you about the obligation not to be communicating with other witnesses or leaving any data?
Yes, they did.
When did they do that?
It's probably been, I think, probably about a month ago.
Okay. All right.
Anything further?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Oh, brother, not father, sorry. More sidebars. We nearly actually caught up.
All right. Are the parties ready for the jurors, or would the parties like a comfort break?
I was going to suggest that we're kind of at that 10:15 route.
Yes, sir. Let's take a.
Okay, comfort break coming up. And I reckon yep, we are actually live now, on time. Right. Right now, it's time for Gabby to entertain us. Because we're live. Maybe they're coming back now. So we've caught up to where the trial is at on day 2 today now. We're up to speed. Oh, did she?
Yeah.
And his family didn't care. They didn't know what he was up to.
Hot Mike. Did you hear that? He's bitching that his family didn't care what he was like.
You may be seated. I see that all members of the jury have returned. And before we begin, I have a few questions for the jurors. Have any of you spoken with anyone about the case?
I heard that too.
If you have, please raise your hand. Yeah, I see that no hands were raised. Have any of you done any research about the case? If you have, please raise your hand. I see that no hands were raised. Have you viewed anything about the case on the TV or heard about it on the radio or otherwise?
Have you watched our stream?
Okay.
No?
All right. If you have, please raise your hand. I see that no hands were raised. And all right. Anything from the state? Anything from the defense?
No, Judge.
All right. Thank you. All right. Please proceed. Thank you.
Brian.
Maybe that was a proffer.
All right. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Please state and spell your full legal name.
Brian Douglas Shaver, BRIAN DOUGLAS SHAVER.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
We should have a competition on what those initials could stand for. Oh, that's risky.
Truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
These initials.
My name is Brian Douglas Shaver. I was the brother of Michael Douglas Shaver.
And are you his older brother or younger brother?
I'm the oldest.
How much older are you?
I'm actually 13 years older than Michael was.
And were you still living in the home when he was born?
Yes, I was.
And was there a period of time where you grew up together?
No, my parents got divorced when I was about 15 years old, so Michael was only a couple years old. Now, we spent a lot of summers and Christmas breaks and stuff like that together, but not really under the same roof.
So after the time frame that your parents got divorced, then did Michael stay with one parent and went with the other?
Yes, I went with my father and he stayed with my mother.
And during holidays and summers after that, is that what
You're
you're
a
talking
mama's
about?
boy.
That is correct. That is correct.
And you know Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
Have you met her through Michael?
Yes,
That's
through
the first
Michael.
time I've heard that.
And about when did you first meet Laurie Shaver?
It was after they got married. They had moved to Florida. They had moved to Florida on 2 different occasions. It was the first time that I had actually
Followed
met
by
her.
pull my hair down.
And prior to his death, how often would you talk or see Michael Shaver?
They actually came to my house in Georgia 2 or 3 4th of July's. We'd have a cookout and kind of a family get together, and then we'd talk occasionally through telephone call or text.
And
Probably approximately every 2.5
in
years.
2015, were you living in Georgia then?
Yes, I was.
And was July of 2015 the last time that they came to visit you for one of those 4th of Julys?
No, it should have been. It was probably around 2012, 2011 or 12. I'm not sure exactly the year.
During the time frame after that 2012 visit, up until the time frame where Mr. Shaver disappeared, how would you communicate with him?
Primarily, I know I had a couple phone calls with him, primarily text or Facebook message.
And was there a time frame where you just were not able to get in touch with him?
Yes.
And when was that?
Probably started in late 2014.
And after November of 2015, have you been able to have any sort of was there a period of time where you started to worry about his whereabouts?
Yes, when there was no contact, my mother had gotten sick, was in the hospital. We couldn't get a hold of him to let him know, about her sickness.
Oh, aren't you lovely? You go and cook up a storm, darling. We'll be here. We'll be here.
How was the family reaching out to let him know about his mother's sickness?
We called, text, Facebook message, Facebook, the on the wall, whatever you want to call it, and tried to call, but like I say, and left voicemails, but there was no return.
And what period of time was that?
I really don't recall on that. Probably close to 6 months.
What year are we talking about?
I believe it was 2015, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
And would he respond to any of that?
No.
And have you seen or spoken to Michael Shaver since November of 2015?
Well, I received some text messages or...
White with two, please.
No, let me rephrase that. I received some Facebook messages from what I believe was Michael, but at the time we didn't know he was missing, and I assumed that it was him.
And anything about the tender of those messages that caused you any sort of concern?
No, not at the time.
All right, sidebar, please.
Lordy be. I don't ever ask for a left bar or a right bar.
Tenor of those responses.
No, there was one particular one that, I assumed that it was him because there was nothing evident at the time that he had asked for my mother's phone number, our mother's phone number,
no worries,
and said that he had tried to get a hold of her. It was much after she was sick, and asked me if it had changed, and I texted back and said no, that it hadn't changed, and gave the phone number again just to make sure that he had the correct one. But that was I think that was the last communication I had.
A brief recess at this time. Apparently, electronic court reporting is having issues with recording the proceedings. So until that has been corrected, we'll resume after it has been corrected. All right. So please take out the jurors. Thank you.
What the actual? Right. Well, there's that. Yeah. Yep. Alrighty then. Well, okay, I've got something for you. All right, you were talking about me being
Thank you.
like, nope, we're back. Was the court, was the judge talking shit? You got the jury out, or what in cahoots is going on?
But they're currently working on the issue.
What the hell are they doing? All right, let's go and see. There's a couple of things that I wanted to show if we had time, but hang on a second, let me just see if where is it? Here we go. No. Let's go and spam someone else. There we go.
Talking about his family
Oh,
didn't
hello.
know what was going on or something like that.
Who's that?
And this, as soon as the witness started talking, it was just all crap. 3 years is when they came to the house.
I thought it was 5 before she got charged.
This is on track to more sidebars than Nick's RICO trial. Yeah, and this won't last 5 years like Nick's case will last. But
oh, no, they're calling us
Everything that
back
was
in.
stated on the record was recorded.
Well, that was fun. Hi, Baker. And let's go back to that one. No, that one. Add it to stage, Jody. There we go. One did that as it was jumping up on the bed the other day. It was almost like it self-propelled itself. It was funny as it didn't know where it came from. It scared the shit out of itself. It was bloody funny. It stank too.
All right, please be seated. I see that all of the members of the jury have returned. Thank you again for your time and patience today. Please proceed.
Mr. Shaver, is it fair to say that your contact with your brother over the years was not frequent?
No, I'd say it was more occasional than frequent.
And the various occasional responses that you and other family members may have received in 2015, 2016 through Facebook or other sources such as that, did that alleviate initial concerns that something was wrong with Michael?
Not to me, because I felt that there was communication, even though it was very limited. But that kind of took, the worry that he was, something was wrong.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
Mr. Shaver, have you ever been to your brother's house?
No, sir, I have not.
Never even been there?
Nope.
So when we talk about communications, we're not talking about many communications, are
I mean, telephone and, visits.
we? Yeah. Did you call Laurie Shaver?
No,
Been concerned?
no,
Never thought to pick up a phone and call her?
no.
You stated this surfaced around 2014?
I believe so.
Okay. And how long did this go on before you thought something may be up?
I mean, when the communication stopped, we began to really worry that what happened to him. Where did he go? Did he disappear? Did something bad happen to him?
How long? What was that period of time that you said, hey, maybe we need to do something?
Probably a year.
A year. Okay. Was it in 2016?
I don't recall.
You don't recall. Okay. And so you never pick up a phone and call Laurie?
No, I didn't even have her telephone number.
Okay. That's how close y'all were, correct?
I was not close with Laurie, no.
Okay. And you're not present, sitting here telling the jury you witnessed any kind of homicide, correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. You don't know what Michael was, who he was with the last 24 hours, correct?
No, I do not.
You don't know about any altercation.
I hate to say it, but At this point, I do believe the defence is annoying the shit out of me, but he's ahead of the game. I am not convinced.
That transpired, correct?
I know of a previous one, yes.
Okay. You know of a previous one. Okay. Did you witness this previous one?
I did not.
Okay. And so you don't see any kind of altercation. You just say, hey, we heard from Michael the last around 2014, correct?
Correct.
And sometime thereafter, I don't know, we became a little concerned, correct?
Correct.
And yet we never call Laurie, correct?
Or the police.
I did not myself personally.
Right. Thank you.
All right, State.
Nothing further, you may be excused.
All right, sir. Thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
State call.
Next.
Okay.
All right, sir. Please state and spell your full legal name.
Douglas Shaver,
This
Douglas
has got to be a father.
Shaver.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Douglas Shaver.
And did you know Michael Shaver?
Yeah.
Yes, he's my son.
And how many children did you have?
I have 4.
And where is Michael?
Michael was he would have been.
Where is Michael? He's in the duck pond. I would have laughed if he said that.
Next to the youngest.
At some point while he was a child, did you and his mother divorce?
Yes, we did.
And what type of contact would you have with Michael Shaver after that?
He would. I would have him during the summer months. I'd have him flown down, and then I'd usually have him at Christmas time.
What kind of contact would you have with him once he became an adult?
It was limited.
Did there come a period of time in 2014 where Michael was not living with his wife, Laurie?
I really don't know.
And was Michael ever in the military?
No.
After November of 2015, did there come a time where the family started being concerned about Michael Shaver's whereabouts?
Yes.
And can you describe the things that the family started to do once they became concerned?
Yes, there was.
Just the I'm not much into texting, and basically what I was told from other family members that we're texting back and forth.
Objection. Judge hearsay.
Sustained.
My question specifically was what types of things was the family doing once, not why you all were concerned, but what types of things were done once the concern began?
Then they just started searching and contacted the sheriff's department.
Were you able to have any sort of contact, either talking to Mr. Shaver on the phone or speaking to him in person after November of 2015?
No.
And once the body was discovered in the backyard of the Shaver residence, did law enforcement contact you about that discovery?
I was down there.
And were you present, and did you submit a DNA sample to law enforcement for future comparisons?
I did.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
Mr. Shaver, you were relatively estranged from your son, were you not?
For a period of time.
Period of time. When did you guys have this reunification?
Pardon me?
When was there ever a reunification between the two of you?
I really don't understand the question.
When did you guys get back together? Get united?
Okay. In approximately September of 2014.
14. Have you ever been to the Shaver residence?
I've never been there.
Okay.
except the day that when they discovered his body.
Okay. And you live where? You live where?
I live in Georgia.
Okay, so you're up in Georgia. You have some reunification. You never went to the Shaver residence, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to ask you an obvious question. Obviously, you never observed a homicide in this case, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
He's going to ask that of every witness, isn't he?
Died the night of, or day of his death, did he not?
Do I not know how he died?
You did not observe anything.
Oh, no.
Okay. You don't know who was present.
That's correct.
Okay. You do not know who was involved in any event leading to the demise of your son, correct?
That's correct.
All right.
I have no further questions, Judge.
All right, redirect.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, thank you, sir. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day.
Thank you.
State calls Christine Corte.
Oh, Lord, the sister. Never
Good
met
morning.
her,
Please
is
come
it?
up to the witness stand. Please be seated and make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to go.
They haven't turned their mics off. I don't
Please
know,
state
Gabby.
and spell your full legal name.
This is ridiculous.
Christine Corte, Chrisistine, last name Corte, Quarte.
Please raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good morning, I'm Christine Corte, Michael's sister.
And you said you're Michael Shaver's sister?
Yes.
And was he older or younger?
Older.
Were you the youngest of the family?
Yes.
And how much older was he?
8 years.
Did you grow up in the same home with him?
We did not, but he came down for the summer and I spent a lot of time with him during the summers.
Did you know or meet Laurie Shaver?
Very briefly when I was a young child.
And where would you have met her? What state?
New York.
And in 2014, how often did you meet with Michael Shaver?
In 2004.
One moment, please. Overruled, you may answer.
In 2014, how often would you communicate with Michael?
I talked with Michael a lot through text and social media, and we talked a lot about the family and just catching up and everything.
Would you talk to her on the phone or anything like that? Or was it mostly Facebook and text?
It was mostly Facebook and text.
And did you become engaged in 2014?
Yes,
Did you reach out to let Michael know?
I did.
The audio is
Was he able to
terrible.
attend the wedding?
He was not.
Was there a period of time where the communication that you had with him changed?
Yes.
And can you describe the period of time that happened?
Yeah, so I initially told him about the wedding and that I was very excited for him to join. We would have all our siblings together. And then his tone started changing and it was harder to get a hold of him. And I could tell that there was a change in his tone.
Was there ever a period of time where you stopped being able to communicate with him as often as you had previously?
I sent some messages and text and he wasn't responding.
And was that normal?
No.
The previous, anytime you had sent messages, he would respond?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And sometime after 2015, that all stopped?
Yes.
Have you seen or spoken on the phone or in any other way where you could physically confirm that you were speaking with Michael Shaver since November of 2000?
No.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
This was not a lengthy relationship with your brother or stepbrother, correct?
Yes, I've known him my whole life.
Pardon me?
I have known my brother my whole life.
Have you been in communications with him your whole life?
Yes, when he would come to our home for spending time with us during his trips, and then I communicated with him during all different methods: phone, text, social media.
Okay. Social media. How long have you communicated with them on social media?
As long as social media has existed.
Okay. You supplied the same records?
Yes.
So they have those,
Yes.
correct? And they showed your communications.
Yes.
And those go back, what date, do you know?
As long as social media has existed.
Correct. Do you know if those have been verified through valid IP addresses?
I don't know
I
what's going on
imagine
with
when
the audio.
the records were obtained, they are verified because they're coming from the source. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Shaver quit speaking to you. You just say that, correct?
I think it's a combination of her breathing into the mic and him walking backwards and forwards away from the mic.
Was a change in his tone. There was unresponsiveness, especially following 2015. The Michael Shaver residence. When we were called to inform that they had found his body, I went with my father. No, we were never invited. Yes.
Okay. When did you meet Laurie?
When I was a child, I met her briefly in the state of New York.
So that's a long time that's taken place, correct?
And there's no other feeds out there either. I've looked.
Yes.
When Michael wasn't responded, did you pick up a phone and call your dear friend Laurie Shaver?
No, I did not have a relationship with Laurie Shaver.
You know even the Shaver children's names
I do.
through your communication.
I have met the children.
Their names.
Isabel and Aiden.
Isabel and Aiden. Their ages.
It's been, I think she's 16 now, and Aiden would be a preteen.
What's the last time you talked to Isabel and Aiden?
In 2020.
2020?
Mhm. When we were allowed communication.
Okay, 2020 when Laurie was arrested.
And we were granted communication, and we spent time with them here.
When you sought to gain custody,
No, when we sought to have an opportunity to have a relationship with them.
did you all retain to seek custody?
Sidebar, please.
You can't even L through the sidebars.
Did you speak with an attorney about gaining custody of these children?
I did not pursue gaining custody.
Anybody in your family?
We did not pursue gaining custody, but out of fear for the lives of the children, a discussion was after she's been arrested. We wanted to learn our options to make sure that the children were protected and cared for.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, state. All right, may the witness be released from her subpoena?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for testifying
Have we
here
met
today.
the whole
You're released
family
from any
yet, or is
further
Auntie
testimony.
Mabel
Have a
coming
good
in
day.
now?
State false, Desiree Snyder.
I have no idea who Desiree Schneider is.
Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand.
started
Please
saying
be
she's the
seated
one,
and let me know when
but I
you're ready
couldn't
to
hear
go.
what she
Make
was
yourself
whispering.
comfortable, please. Thank you.
I can't hear her.
Are you all set? Okay. Please state and spell your full legal name.
My name is Desiree Ruggles, DESIREE RUGGLES.
Okay. And if you could speak up a little louder and get as close as you can to the microphone, everything has to be recorded. Please raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Hi, I'm Desiree Rebels.
And when I had called you as a witness, I had identified you as Desiree
I think
Snyder.
she might have been on the Mary Jane.
Yes, it was my maiden name.
Yeah.
When were you married?
Hi, Julie. It's me
August
again.
of
Did you know Michael Shaver?
Yes. He was my uncle.
And
She can hardly keep her eyes open.
which of his siblings are you the daughter of?
Cece Turner.
And did you know Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
Had you ever met her?
Yes.
And prior to Michael's death, how often would you communicate with him?
Never. Or, sorry, with him.
Yes.
When
Yep.
I was able to.
Did you communicate with him at all about the time frame where you were getting married?
I don't remember, honestly.
Did you,
Oh my God.
Did you send an invitation?
I don't believe so, but I don't remember.
Had you had communications with him after you were married?
Because he has to articulate every word that he speaks because it looks like she's off a dial.
Yes.
And he was aware of the marriage?
Yes.
And therefore aware that your name had changed from Snyder to Russell?
Yes.
Leading judge.
Overruled. Please proceed.
So he would be aware of that?
Yes.
Now.
Oh, okay. This is the chick that apparently either messaged him on Facebook or texted him and got a message back from someone under Michael's name saying, "Who the F are you?" I didn't recognize the surname because she'd changed from when she was married.
In 2015, where were you living?
I was living in Lawrence at the time.
I'm sorry, where?
In Lawrence, New York.
Was there a period of time in 2018 where you reached out, 2016, where you reached out to Michael Shaver in an attempt to communicate with him?
Yes.
And how did you do that?
Facebook Messenger.
And when that communication occurred, would that have been after the wedding?
Yes.
After your name change?
Yes.
And when you sent that message, was that through your profile?
Yes.
And so it would have reflected your name of Desiree Russell at that point?
I had gotten a new Facebook, so it might have been from my previous.
I'm going to show what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit Y. I'll show that to the defense.
She's really enthused to be there, isn't she? Now, his go-to line of questioning will be, do you know who sent the message? You're not an IT specialist. You don't know where it was sent from. You don't know whose phone it was from. You don't know what IP address it was. Do you know what Michael was doing for the 24 hours prior to his disappearance? No. You know who he was with 24 hours before his... No. Judge needs some Botox. Very just distraught. He looks like... who was it that said he looks like someone out of South Park yesterday? I can't remember who it was. Carrie Reader and Desiree Ruggles.
Ms. Ruggles, I'm showing you communication.
Turtles, I'm showing you.
State's Exhibit Y. Do you recognize this communication thread between yourself and the Facebook account of Michael Shaver.
Yes, I do.
And had you reached out to Mr. Shaver in 2016, and is that reflected there in those messages?
Yes.
And is that an accurate documentation of the messages that you sent and received from the Michael Shaver Facebook?
Yes.
At this time, the statement states why into evidence.
Same objection,
Permission
Judge.
to publish for the jury.
13.
The objection is overruled. States Y is admitted into evidence as states number 13.
Now, I'm going to go ahead and start you with the message, first message that was sent here on August 15th, 2016. Was that message from you?
Yes.
And what was the content of that message?
I was just saying hello to my uncle.
Go ahead and read it directly to the jury so they can see it.
It says, "Hey, Uncle Michael."
And above that is the response that you received.
Yes.
And what was that response?
Who are you?
And did you respond to that?
Yes.
And what was your response?
I'm your niece.
Did Michael Shaver's Facebook account respond to you when
Yep.
you said that you were his niece?
Yes.
And what was that response?
I don't have any family anymore. I have no clue who you are. No, stop messaging me.
And that message appears to have been sent on September 20th, 2016?
Yes.
Go ahead and present to the jury.
Yes, sir. Granted.
Someone take a screenshot right there. Yeah. Come on, put Adrian, yeah. Read to whisper. Oh Lord, it's only 11 o'clock there, so that means there's potentially another 6 hours to go today. And it's 1 a.m. Insert Desiree Ruggleface. What are they doing? Although apparently this trial's only supposed to go for, I think, 3, maybe 4 days. So hopefully this afternoon they get to some non-relatives. That would be good for a start. We've missed absolutely nothing. Nothing at all. Nope. We've missed my lack of ability to L because we're live. Apart from that.
No further questions, Judge.
Oh, really? After all
Yes,
that?
may it please the court.
Yes, sir.
And the last time you saw Michael Shaver was what, 2001? That era time?
Around there.
Around there. Okay. He was relatively estranged from his father, correct?
That's what you missed, Debbie.
I don't know.
No, you don't know. Okay. You made no trips to Florida, correct?
No.
You never went to the Shaver residence, correct?
No.
Michael Shaver was pretty much on his own outside the family, was he not?
No.
There were no visits, no homecomings, correct?
When he would visit us.
When was the last time you saw him? About 2001, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, we've seen your email thread that's moved into evidence at this stage. Do you know the physical address it went to?
His Facebook profile.
Could it not be somebody at Starbucks using his account? Could have been, could it? Reasonable.
Goggle emoji.
Right. Could have been somebody in Michael Shaver's house other than Michael Shaver, correct?
I mean, I guess.
Yeah. Could have been Michael Shaver himself, correct?
Yes.
Right. Thank you.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, may the witness be released from subpoena?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
State called Stacy Turner.
Okay?
Is there another way to dress? Being someone interesting, please.
Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand.
Please.
Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to go.
I'm ready.
All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
Stacy Turner, STACIE
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today
Just
shall
missed
be
the
the
family
truth, whole truth, and
reunion,
nothing but the
AJ,
truth,
that's it.
so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Did you know Michael Shaver?
Yes, I did know Michael.
How did you know?
Michael was my younger brother.
How much younger?
Another family member.
He was 11 years younger than I was.
Did you know Laurie Shaver?
Yes, I did.
And when did you first meet Laurie Shaver?
I met Laurie, I believe she was in kindergarten. And she grew up with Michael, so I've known her for quite a long time.
And did Michael Shaver and Laurie Shaver start dating when they were in high school?
They were in 7th grade when they began dating.
Prior to his death, how often would you communicate with Michael Shaver?
I would communicate with Michael every couple weeks to a month. Sometimes it was every other month. It kind of varied. You know, if we had a lot of news to share, we'd talk more often. If we didn't have a whole lot of news to share, we'd talk a little less.
How that goes.
Phone, text message, Facebook Messenger.
And did there come to be a time frame where you were not able to get in touch with him?
Yes.
Maybe
And
not
when
a
was
double.
that?
The first time I was not
Unless she's
able
got
to
a
get a hold
minimizer
of
on.
him was December of 2015. I believe it was December 4th.
And was it unusual for him to not respond to you?
For this particular message, yes.
And what was that message about?
My mother had become very sick.
All right, sidebar, please.
Why can't they just, for once, say pool bar, please? In Thailand. Pina colada. Wedge of pineapple on the side and one of those umbrellas.
Why was it unusual to not get a response to that message in December of 2015?
My mother was sick. She was in the hospital. We were not sure if she was going to make it or not. And Michael and my mother were always very, very close. And I sent a message saying that he was very sick. I never got a response. So I did reach out to Laurie, who I did get a response from.
Did she tell you anything about Michael's whereabouts?
All she told me.
There's 4 cats here, though.
Was that she would tell Michael that my mother was sick.
Did you ever hear anything from Michael
Florida.
after you reached out to him about his mother's sickness?
No.
Did you reach out?
Maybe we could swap when Ty goes to trial, and I'll go and do some live coverage. I would totally do that.
Either through phone, text, or Facebook message after that in order to check in on Mr. Shaver?
Yes, I did at various times, and I would not receive any response.
Have you seen or spoken to Michael Shaver since November of 2015?
No, I have not.
Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Wiggs?
Mr. Turner, did you witness any homicide?
No, I did not. I live in New York, and they lived in Florida.
You don't know what happened there or any homicide?
No, I don't.
Correct.
No.
You never saw any altercation, correct?
I never saw any, no.
Okay. So here you're testifying as to a timeline when you last spoke to what you believe you spoke to.
Well, it's closer than I am now.
Yes.
Okay. You don't know where any communique was sent or received, correct?
No, no, sir.
You don't know who received it, correct?
He might get a change of venue. You never know.
Messages that I sent?
Correct.
No, I do not.
Let's be good.
Okay. You don't know where it was received, do you?
No, I do not. I sent it to the number I had for Michael.
Right. You don't know whether a device was hacked, correct?
No, I do not.
You don't know whether somebody within the residence may have been using the same router.
No, I do not.
Right. Thank you.
All right, thank you, State.
Another pointless testimony.
All right, thank you for appearing today. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
The state calls Scott Matuccio.
Can't hear it.
All right, good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated and make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed. And please state and spell your full legal name.
Scott Amatuccio, SCOTTAMATUCCIO.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you
No,
solemnly
he looks like
swear
your
or
type, Debbie.
affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Did you know Michael Shaver?
Yes.
How did you know Michael?
We were best friends.
And when did you first meet Michael?
It's about second grade.
And where were you all living at this point?
In a small town, Lawrence, New York.
And what about Laurie Shaver When did you first meet her?
We had all known each other since about kindergarten. We all went to
said
the
he looks
same
like your
K
type,
through
Debbie.
12 school. I didn't really start to hang out with her until they started to date.
When did Michael and Laurie first start dating?
It was about 8th grade.
And the specifically, were you present when they first got together?
Yes, he asked her out in my bedroom.
Okay.
What?
And did he make any special requests to you at that time?
Yeah, he had me play Boys to Men in the background.
Now, did you maintain a relationship with them?
The chat lurker. Oh my lord.
Graduated high school?
I did.
And did you stay in New York after high school?
Yes, there was periods of time where I moved to Florida, moved back to New York, moved back to Florida.
Okay. What about Michael and Laurie? Did they maintain their relationship after high school?
Yes.
And did you maintain your friendship with both of them?
Yes.
And did they stay in New York? What did they do?
We all tended to kind of follow each other around. It's just how it worked out. So, I would live in New York and they happened to be in New York. I moved to Florida. Eventually they would move to Florida. It just happened to work out that way. Eventually we all settled down in Florida.
And when they were living in Claremont, Florida, where were you living?
Gainesville, Florida, for most of that time. And then I had moved to St. Petersburg, Florida toward the end.
Now, at some point, did you start dating a woman by the name of Katina Vasquez?
I did.
When did that relationship start?
What's that got to do with it?
That started about 2000 and it's been so long, 2006, 2007, that time frame.
Where did that relationship begin?
New York.
And at some point, were you and Katina engaged?
Yes.
And did she come with you and move down to Florida in one of these time frames where you were living down here and Michael and Laurie were living down here?
Yes.
And when they came down, did Katina and Laurie become friends with each other?
They did. They became close friends.
Now, I want to move to March of 2015. Were you still dating Katina at that time?
March 2015, no.
Was there, after you and Katina ended your relationship, did she maintain a friendship with Laurie Shaver?
She did.
Now, going back to that March of 2015, was there a time frame that Michael Shaver came to visit you at your home after the breakup with Katina?
Yes, if I recall, that was November of 2014.
Okay. I apologize about mix up on the dates. When was the status of the relationship between Mike and Laurie at that time?
He didn't really talk too much about how their relationship was. I could tell there was some tension and they were on and off. I don't believe they were dating at that time.
Jack, that's speculation as to the emotional feelings and mental processes of another individual.
Sustained.
Did you see him in July of that year?
I did, July 2015.
Where was that?
At his house.
And was this the last time you ever saw him in person?
It is.
After November of 2015, did you speak to him by phone or have any other personal communication with him?
No.
Did you attempt to reach out to him between November of 2015 and 2018?
A few texts, and that's it.
Did he ever respond to any of your texts or attempts? Now, in 2018, did you have a conversation with Katina that she had about a visit to the residence in November of 2015?
Yeah, that conversation was actually that was toward the end of 2017, maybe early 2018. It was right after my then relationship had ended. That's how I can pinpoint that.
And did the information that you got give you further concern about Michael Shaver and his safety?
Absolutely.
Once you got that information, what did you do?
I first messaged, excuse me, I messaged Mike's sister on Facebook, told her what I had found out. I told her I'm going to file a missing person report based on that information. It was disturbing. I then called the sheriff's office.
And had you talked with Michael Shaver's family about their inability to get in contact with Mr. Shaver during this period as well?
I did.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, do you know about any injunctions that have been imposed against Michael Shaver?
I knew of one.
Okay, what was that?
2014, 2015, somewhere around there. I don't know the specific details of that.
A direct examination, we heard you recall dates pretty quickly, correct? Pretty specifically, correct?
Yes.
You remember an injunction, but you think it may be 14, maybe 15, correct?
Correct.
But you know there was an injunction, correct? Right. So Michael was not in the house for a certain period of time you were aware of, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Do you know where any messages came from?
I know there were, I had never received any messages from Mike.
Okay. When was the last day you received a message? And do you know where it came from?
It would have been that around that time that was I had last seen him at his house, and I had never heard from him after that.
Okay. Did you witness a homicide in this case?
No.
Do you know where Mike was the last 24 hours of his life?
No.
Do you know what Mike was doing in the last 24 hours of his life?
No.
Do you know any altercation, anybody that was involved with Mike?
No.
Thank you.
State?
Nothing further, Judge.
And may the witness be released from a subpoena?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for appearing today. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day.
He calls Corey Anderson.
He knew way too much information. He showed you.
I reckon they've cut that feed because they can hear the whispering. Right, what have I missed? Tennis. It says the chat lurker. I had to full screen it to read it. Doopy doopy doo 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 doo. Bork bork bork. This is riveting stuff. Don't know how many people they've put on the stand that didn't keep in contact with Michael, didn't have a relationship with Michael.
I apologize. I got. Has he been sworn?
Please state your full legal name.
Corey Stephen Anderson.
Okay, please spell your name as well.
CORY STEVENANDERSON.
Okay, and please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Corey Anderson, and I'm employed with the Lake County Sheriff's Office.
Oh, hooray. We got some law
How long have you
enforcement.
worked with the sheriff's office?
Since 2005, so it's about 19
We're moving up the ladder.
your current division or assignment?
Right now, I'm a corporal. It's a first line supervisor in the Special Investigations Bureau.
And back in 2018, what was your division?
I was a corporal on road patrol, where I supervised the shift in the south end of the Lake County.
And as a corporal over road patrol, what were your duties?
So supervising this 5 to 7 deputies on your shift, approving the reports, responding to in progress or important calls that desire a supervisor's presence to be there.
Before we get into your involvement in this case, let me ask you, what is a well-being check?
So a well-being check is anybody can call the sheriff's office if they haven't spoke to a loved one or a friend or a neighbor. They can have the sheriff's office go out and acquire to ascertain the safety of the person that they're trying to get a hold of.
And in February, were you tasked with performing a well-being check on Michael Shaver?
Yes, sir.
And as a part of that, where did you go?
So I went to the Sandy Pines Road in Claremont.
Was that in Lake County?
That is in Lake County, yes, sir.
And was that the last known residence of Michael Shaver?
Correct.
And who all was there that you made contact with at that time?
So myself and Deputy Kyle Morrison.
Okay. Who did you make contact with at the Shaver residence?
Oh, I'm sorry. I made contact with Miss Laurie Shaver.
And do you see her and recognize her in court today?
Yes, sir, I do.
And then can you please point her out and identify her by something that she's
She's wearing a tan jacket.
And when you got there, did you tell her why?
I did.
And did you ask about her?
I did, sir.
Where did she tell you what?
She said that she hasn't seen him since, I think, October of 2014, and that he kind of just absconded the family.
Okay. And did she mention to you if she had any phone or text contact with him since then?
She did mention that he had not reached out to the children or her in some time.
Did you ask her if it was okay to look in the backyard?
Yes, sir, I did.
And why were you interested in the backyard?
Part of the information that we received on the well-being check was that there was a new cement slab.
John, can we approve?
Come on up for sidebar. Thank you.
Did you go into the backyard?
Yes, sir, I did. I observed a cement slab in the backyard where there was, it looked to be like brick rock structure that created the fire pit.
Now, in the course of your
I don't think she's
law
a very
enforcement
nice
career,
lady.
have you responded to scenes that involved bodies buried in shallow graves?
Yes, sir, I have.
And approximately how many times have you went out and made those types of observations?
I've been on those scenes, probably between 5 and 10 scenes similar to that. Yes, sir.
And was there anything that you saw about the cement slab itself that gave you some concerns?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
So as I approached the cement slab, you could clearly see a depression that was approximately between 6 feet and 3 feet in dimension and about 8 inches depressed. It had the shape of what could be a normal sized adult body.
Did you take photographs of that cement slab at that time?
Yes, sir, I did.
How did you
With my
I
cell phone.
hope they show them.
show defense what has been previously been marked as State Exhibit Z?
Publish for the public, please. I'd like to see the 8-inch depression in the concrete.
Yes, sir.
I'm showing witness what has previously been marked as State Exhibit Z. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, sir. I took these photographs with my phone.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the cement slab as you saw it the day that you were out there with Ms. Shaver?
Yes, sir.
All right, this time the state moves states Z into evidence as states number 15.
Objection.
Without objection, state C will be moved into evidence as states number 15.
I'm sorry, I skipped. It should be 14.
14, okay, states number 4. Z will be admitted into evidence as states number 14.
Your request permission to publish?
Granted.
Now, Corporal Anderson, is this the first photograph that's in states number 14? Yeah, it's right.
Yes, sir. It is.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, can you step down and just demonstrate to the jury the area that gave you pause and concern when you were out there?
I'm here.
Yes.
Okay.
And be careful, if you touch that screen, it's a touch screen, it may advance on you.
Sure, I understand. So, obviously, I took this picture, so I'm really standing right here looking at the cement slab. I believe Ms. Shaver was on my left, and Deputy Morrison was across from me. As I approached, with permission to be on the property, I just snapped a few shots with my cell phone so that I could really portray what I'm actually seeing to supervisors, to the Criminal Investigation Bureau for further investigation.
I'll advance to the second photograph. Is this the other photograph that you took?
Correct, yes, sir.
Now, can you show the jury the area of that depression that you previously described?
So this darkened area is the depression. So it was about 6 feet in length and about 3 feet in width. And it appears to be like a makeshift cement slab where it wouldn't be as thick and could have a depression if there was a shallow grave there.
And when we're talking about a depression, are you saying that it was not flat across?
Correct. So you could actually see where that darkening area is, where it was depressed and water would settle there, which has brought the dirt that stays in that area.
And just to make sure everyone's clear, can you just point to the area on that slide that shows this depression?
This is the depression area.
Thank you.
Darkening area.
Now, after these observations were made by you, did the sheriff's office obtain a search warrant to further search that area and the backyard of the Shaver residence?
Yes, sir.
And were you involved in the actual excavation of that area?
I was not actually involved in the excavation, but I was on scene for scene security. So basically keeping the media away from the Shaver residence, just so that we can maintain our
between the time frame that the scene, when you made those observations, did the sheriff's office maintain security with this scene until it was searched?
Yes, sir, they did.
And when we talk about maintaining that scene or securing it, what does that entail?
So it was 24-hour security where a deputy sheriff sat out in front of the property, and it was 12-hour shifts. So we had 24-hour coverage on that property until we secured that search warrant.
And during that time frame, were you able to maintain visual sight on this area of the cement slab? Not you personally, but they would be in position to observe it and make sure the property had not been changed.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, thank you, Judge.
Corporal, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, do you know what this ground looked like prior to this concrete being laid?
I don't, sir.
Okay. Do you know if this would have been dug out and it created a natural inclination for the concrete to be placed in?
I do remember Mrs. Shaver stating that prior to Mr. Shaver leaving, they were going to create some type of duck pond, but they didn't.
You have a little more experience in law enforcement investigations than a lot of people, correct?
Some.
Okay. Some.
Some.
Okay. You made it to the status of a corporal, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this dark spot led you to believe there may be a body under there, correct?
A shallow grave for sure, but
okay,
not necessarily a body.
Okay. We see a dark spot under
It also would be in a shallow grave.
correct?
I do, yes, sir.
Was there a body under there?
Not in that specific area, no, sir.
Okay. We see shading back in here. Was there any evidence of a
What
crime
might
there?
they show us
I
these
didn't see
pictures?
elusive. Okay.
Oh, let's
We see
see.
shadow areas throughout this, around these posts and stuff.
I don't want to watch the
Was
back
there
of
any
her head.
evidence of a crime or a bomb or a body under any of those locations? Was there? Okay.
Locations loser, okay.
Now, when
CCs
y'all
are
were out
just
there
going
doing
off.
the excavating, Miss Shaver remained there at the residence, correct?
For most of the time, she was free to leave.
Yeah. Did she leave?
She did.
She did. Did she try to take flight in any manner, not return to the property?
No, sir.
Okay. One moment, please.
Yes, sir.
Mhm. They're onto it, bugger. They're onto the hot mics. Dang.
All right, and may the witness
the
be
best
released from a
bits.
subpoena.
Yes, sir.
For hearing today, you're released for further testimony. Have a good day. Yes, sir.
Bring on the ME and the daughter. Jeremy Townsend.
You are doing approach.
Oh, really?
Yes, sir. Come on up.
Someone poke him in the eye with a sharp stick. What time do they normally take off for lunch? Is it like 12 or 1 or... And how long do they normally take? About an hour? Does anybody know? Yeah. Oh, oh. Yes. Insert ad. Now. And now. And now. Do it, AJ. Do it. You need YouTube Premium. Simple as that. Every sidebar.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the
Using something
jury,
else to watch other than the back of their
Attorney
head.
Camuccio is setting up a disc containing the perpetuated testimony of witness Jessica Holcomb. That video, that disc will not be in evidence. You will not be able to bring the disc and rewatch the video, so please pay special attention to the video, as you will not be able to watch it again. The testimony is the same as any other witness. So if you wish, please take notes.
Welcome. All shits and giggles until someone giggles and shits. But there was heaps of hot mics where she was whispering to her attorney, and the law and crime are onto it now. They're actually muting it, which is because she was being really bitchy at one stage. I don't know who this witness is. I don't know anything about her. They've not said anything. I don't recognise her name, but I'm assuming it's a depot.
Say, for purposes
state to call Jessica.
Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. But they're not allowing it back for the jury.
Hey, Jessica Holcomb.
Into deliberations. Screenshot some photos and put them on Discord, Carmen, or email them to me and I'll bring them up on stream. Yes. Yes. Sweet. That'll give us something to look at instead of the backs of their heads. Have you got my email address, Carmen? Sweet. What are we waiting for? Thanksgiving?
State, for purposes of calculation, you're out of state to call Jessica Holcomb.
Hey, Jessica Holcomb.
Yeah, do we get to see this one? Maybe not. Get to watch the back of someone else's head.
Please come up to the witness stand. Please make yourself comfortable and let me know when you're ready to go.
You have missed nothing except the back of people's heads and the rest of the family members.
All right, please state your name for the record and raise your right hand.
And it's Jessica Near Holcomb.
And you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth,
This is a deposition
recording.
Ed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Jessica Holden.
What do you do for a living now?
Ah, yes,
I'm
yes,
an investigator and evidence technician at the Tiberias Police Department.
What do you do there on a day-to-day basis?
Mainly, I deal with the evidence sections, and then I am also on call for a crime scene.
How long have you worked in Tiberias PD?
Approximately a little over a year now.
Where did you work before that?
At the Lake County Sheriff's Office.
What did you do for the Lake County Sheriff's Office?
I was a crime scene investigator.
How long did you do that job for Lake County?
I was there approximately 12 years.
What, did you have the same general duties and responsibilities at Lake County as you do now with Tiberias Police Department?
At Lake County, my main focus was crime scene.
Can you describe your training and experience that allows you to do the job of a crime scene investigator?
I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, and I have a master's degree in criminal justice with a focus on forensics studies. On the job training for all the years I've been in this field. Just basically hands-on, multiple scenes. I think I've been to over 600 crime scenes throughout my career.
During the course of your training and experience and the seminars you've gone to, are you trained how to collect different types of evidence?
Yes.
Please direct your attention to March 9th and March 10th of 2018. Did you assist in the excavation of some human remains located at 9850 Sandy Pines Road, Claremont?
Yes.
Was crime scene investigator Jessica Wade also present and involved in the excavation process?
Yes.
I plan on asking Jessica Wade more detailed questions about the step-by-step excavation process and what was found. So I'm going to ask you some general questions about some evidence you actually collected, okay? During the excavation process were human remains eventually discovered?
Yes.
Briefly, can you describe how you came about to locate those human remains?
At the end of the first day, we came across a humerus bone. It was underneath a fire pit. The fire pit had been broken up in order for us to be able to locate that first initial bone. The light was receding for that day, so we closed down the site, secured it, picked up the excavation the following morning, started digging again, and then came upon a blue tarp.
Yes. You mentioned blue tarp?
Yes.
Showing you Martin states as a date for identification. Take a look at this item. Look at it like first of all, is that item sealed?
Yes.
What do you mean by sealed?
It is in a brown paper bag, sealed with evidence tape, and it has my handwriting on it, describing what's inside.
Can you describe the process you go through when you actually find a piece of evidence, collect it, place it in the bag, and seal it?
So when we find anything of inventory value, we denote it. Basically, we photograph, video, anything to document it on scene. We put gloves on, we collect it in a manner that's deemed appropriate, and then we'll get the appropriate collection packaging, in this case a large brown bag, and then put it in the packaging, and then we'll seal it.
So this large brown bag that I just handed you, can you open it up, look inside, tell me if you recognize the contents?
Yes.
Gloves next to you.
A bit of ASMR. I wonder if I can bring up the pictures and still hear the don't believe so.
It's wrapped multiple times and then out, process it, location. So it is wrapped in additional packaging. We ended up separating different quadrants for processing it at a later date. This is labeled quadrant E. This one. Yeah, this is really the same blue part that was located.
I can't even understand what she's saying with all the rustling in the background.
Except for the additional processing that you have just described, appear to be the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it during the excavation process.
Yes.
This time you're going to state states A and the evidence is states 1.
Say we'll move into evidence, number one, without objection.
You mentioned that item was taken back to the lab at a later time and processed further.
Yes.
What exactly you said was cut in quadrants?
Yes.
Explain what that process was.
Well, it's a relatively larger tarp, so we didn't lay it all out, document it. We didn't cut it into smaller quadrants in order to process it further. We looked at it from ALS, an alternate light source, and then we also process it for latent fingerprints. We did find hair-like fibers on a couple of different quadrants that we collected.
Yeah.
And then there was a defect that we found in one particular area that was of interest that we did cut away and collect as well from the tarp.
Speaking of that defect in the area cut away, may I approach the hand dryer? Yes, sir. Showing us the marking stations as B as in boy. You take a look at that item and tell me. Is it also sealed?
Yes, it is. With my handwriting on the envelope.
Jessica, she's a CSI content investigator from Lake County, Florida. And the depot. You've missed absolutely nothing, Debbie. A lot of side bars, a lot of back of Laurie's head. The initial guy that turned up to do the wellness check, and family that never talked to Michael.
The same condition as when you crossed it in the cutter light?
Yes.
This time state move B into evidence as states 2.
And objection?
No objection.
Without objection, states B will be moved into evidence as states number 2.
I know what I can
Now,
do.
during the excavation process, once you remove that blue tarp that you just looked at, what was found underneath?
So the human remains were found underneath. At the very beginning, we saw the skull. There was a green strap wrench around the remains as well, and there was also appeared to be like a piece of fabric, like a tag, an elastic band, almost like a fitted sheet, the elastic fitted sheet left on the remains as well.
Was a Tupperware used in
one?
this excavation process around this period of time when you're uncovering the remains?
Pair of common?
Yes, there's Tupperware used to collect the smaller bones during the excavation process, and then as well for all the debris and the remnants that were collected near the remains.
Once you put those remnants that you just described into that Tupperware, did you collect that Tupperware, that green nylon strap, as well as that piece of elastic?
Yes.
May I approach the Andrew?
Yes, sir.
May we mark states 2?
3. Now zoom in on that. Yep.
E. Is this item also sealed?
Yes.
You can open it up, take a look, and tell me if you recognize the contents.
It's 4. Ariel. It looks like it was a fair way away from the house. I'm guessing that blob in the middle is the so-called fire pit to the right of the house. Let me see if I can point to it. Right. Oh, can't hold my arm up.
Did you also locate some clothing during the process?
That bit there.
Can you describe what kind of clothing you have?
So on the remains, there were socks,
I'm guessing.
some boxers, and brown or black shorts.
Photo.
And did you collect those clothing items as well?
Thank you, Carmen.
How, can you explain how you collected those items?
So when the remains were removed from the ground, the medical examiner, the forensic investigator, and Dr. Sutton, they were basically in control of the remains. They were basically had sheets laid out where they were identifying certain bones and trying to lay out what pieces were there. So during that process, they were taking the bones and kind of sorting them out, and then they were taking the clothing, and we had the bags and whatnot for collection waiting, so they would just drop the clothing in the bags, and then we would take the bags and seal them.
Showing us the market states exhibit D as in dog.
I don't know why they're not showing us anything.
Yes.
You take a look at that item and tell me if you recognize it.
What the hell is she got in her hand? What was that? What was?
Yes.
What's the sign?
The boxers and the Under Armour black shorts.
Are those items the same, substantially the same condition as when you collected them?
Yes.
I'm sorry. At this time around the state, the states exhibit D as in dog, and then this is state 4.
Any objection?
Okay.
Without objection, states exhibit D will be moved into evidence of states number 4. Thank you.
You also mentioned some socks were collected, showing the states exhibit C. You can take a look at that, and tell me if you recognize it.
Sounds like they're dragging a whole tin cans behind them.
Yes. Stop saying that.
Are they in the same condition when you flip?
Yes.
This time statement moves C into evidence of states 5.
Without objection, state C will be admitted in evidence at states number 5.
You mentioned earlier there was a fire pit.
Yes.
How far was that fire pit away from the location where the remains were found?
The remains were found almost directly under the fire pit.
Was the fire pit broken up during the excavation process?
Yes.
Did you examine that fire pit?
Yes.
Did you locate anything, a piece of flooring in that fire pit?
Yes.
Describe that.
It's a piece of what appeared to be laminate flooring, like a wooden parquet design.
Did you collect that piece of evidence?
Yes.
Showing was the mark of State's Exhibit F, as in Frank. You recognize that item?
This is my handwriting on the automatic.
Like the other items, is that also sealed?
It is. Yes, this is what was collected on scene. Yes.
Is it the same substantially the same conditions when you collected it?
Yes.
This time statement moved F, as in Frank, and evidence of State 6.
Any objection?
representations later on in the afternoon on March 10th, 2018. Did you make contact with a man named Douglas Shaver?
Yes, I did.
Where?
Out front on the street in front of the residence.
In front of the same property and residence that you have been excavating?
Yes.
And how did that come about? How did it come that you had contact with Mr. Shaver?
I was informed by one of the detectives that he was out front.
And who was Douglas Shaver in relation to Michael Shaver?
His father.
All right. Did you take a photograph of Mr. Shaver when you made contact with him?
I did.
Showing those marked spaces in the beach for identification? You recognize the person in that photograph?
Yes, that's Douglas Shaver. Yes, I took that photograph.
This is fairly inaccurately depicting what Doug Shaver looked like at the time.
Yes.
This time statement with H in evidence is 7, I believe.
Yes, sir, 7. Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, states that H will be admitted into evidence as states number 7.
Did you collect any evidence from Mr. Douglas Shaver?
Yes.
What did you collect?
I did buccal swabs.
And what is a buccal swab?
So those swabs are taken for identification purposes. It's basically a swab taken from the interior lining of the cheek.
And how do you go about doing it? What do you use to take the swab?
Basically just 2 swabs, gloves on, take the swabs, rotate the swab around the inner lining of the cheek, put it in a swab box, and then I seal it in an envelope.
Is the swab kind of like a Q-tip?
Yes.
Was Mr. Douglas Shaver cooperative with that procedure?
Yes.
And once you collected those swabs from Mr. Douglas Shaver's cheeks, what did you do with the actual swabs?
I put them in an envelope, sealed them, and locked them in my vehicle for just collection purposes, and then took them back to the lab.
Approach me, Your Honor? Yes. Showing you stations to the G for identification. Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
It has my handwriting on the envelope, and it's sealed.
Inside, tell me to recognize the contents.
Yes, this is the swab box that I wrote out with the swabs inside.
And are those the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them?
There's nothing to watch it there. It's at the back of people's heads, so you may as well be listening.
Without objection, states G will be moved into evidence as states number 8.
Were those swabs that you collected from Mr. Douglas Shaver sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for future analysis?
Yes.
Did you have any involvement in that actual analysis done in Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
No.
Did everything you testified to today occur in Lake County?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Wiggs. Yes, sir.
Officer, you go by deputy or
What have you
officer?
done now, Gabby?
I'm not sworn, so investigator's fine.
No?
Have you ever
Nice
been a
work.
sworn law enforcement officer?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Could you investigate crimes?
I do.
Just let me ask my question, please. I don't want you to interrupt, if you would, please. Is there a reason you left the Lake County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, Your Honor, relevance.
All right, come on up for sideline. All right, please proceed.
Oh my God, they're having a sidebar.
Going
The
to
depot.
the Maryland Police Department, was that a promotion?
And sworn, yes.
Okay. Well, did you receive more pay over there?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Ma'am, do you have anything that has affected your ability to perform your functions?
No.
Okay. Have any health reasons?
Objection, relevance.
A bit more specific on functions.
When did you get involved in this case?
When I was given the call that I needed to respond.
Okay. Who called you?
I'd have to refer to my report, but I believe that we were told that there was a staging area the day before and that we had to proceed to the staging area. So I knew that we had to report to the staging area, so we all showed up there. Search warrant was supposed to be given that day, and then we all were supposed to proceed to the property.
Okay. Let's talk about some of your testimony. You testified you found the blue tarp, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know where that blue tarp came from?
The ground.
Okay. Do you know who manufactured that blue tarp?
No.
Okay. Did you do anything to see who had it? Not a true question. Did you do anything in your investigation to see who manufactured that tarp?
I don't believe there was a tag on it, or if there was, it wasn't legible. No.
Okay. So I think that would be a no, correct?
That's what I just said, sir. No.
Okay. Now, did you find on that tarp any DNA associated with Laurie Shaver?
I personally didn't know.
Okay. Do you know if anybody did?
No.
Okay. Did you find any, or do you know if anybody found any blood on that tarp associated with Laurie Shaver?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Do you know, you spoke about some hairs that were found
Yes.
within your investigation. Do you know if anybody was able to link up any hair within that investigation, within the evidence that you collected that could be linked to Laurie Shaver?
I collected it. I don't know what the results were.
Okay. There was a strap you testified about, correct? Could you describe the strap?
It was a green nylon strap, a strap wrench that one can kind of winch back and forth to tighten.
Okay, a strap wrench, correct. Is this used to tighten straps that you may use on a vehicle or a boat?
Tie down, something like that, yes.
Okay. Did you see a vehicle that in any manner you could link it had come out of?
You could use it for any type of vehicles or any application, but they're very common.
Okay. In your investigation, whatever you did, other than what you testified to, were you able to link that strap to the residence of Laurie Shaver?
My job would be to collect it, so you have to ask my detectives.
Okay. Do you have any personal knowledge whether or not that wrench or any of the straps could be connected to the residence of Laurie Shaver?
No.
There was some flooring you spoke about.
Yes.
Okay, would you describe the flooring?
Like I said earlier, it's a piece of wood flooring, parquet design.
Congratulations, Carmen.
Could that be linked to Laurie Shaver?
You get a
to your
big number
personal
5
knowledge?
beside your name.
I was informed that there had been remodeling done. Therefore, I collected it on scene.
And who did the remodeling?
I was informed that Laurie did the remodeling.
Okay, do you know if anybody else did any remodeling on that scene?
No.
Okay. And you showed us you moved through you and evidence a photo of Doug Shaver.
Yeah.
You know where Mr. Shaver resides?
It was in another state.
Okay. And you were at the scene that Mr. Shaver didn't just surreptitiously show up, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Somebody from law enforcement had contacted Mr. Shaver, correct?
Correct.
Was Mr. Shaver advised that y'all wanted your office wanted DNA from him?
I was just informed he was outside and I needed to collect DNA from him, so.
And who told you that, or advised you
One
that?
of the detectives on scene.
Who was that?
I can't recall the exact detective because there was a lot going on that day.
Okay. Now, you testified that Mr. Shaver was found in the middle of the
Go
concrete
up a bit longer.
fire pit, correct?
Well, underneath it.
Well, you testified on direct examination he was in the middle of the concrete pad. Did you not?
Well, I said underneath it.
Okay. So you don't recall saying he was in the middle of it?
I didn't say the exact middle of it. I said,
Okay. So let's specifically, through your testimony, you tell me where he was underneath that pad to some degree of certainty.
So the fire pit had to be removed in order for us to access the remains. That's what I said, sir.
Okay, now, where was he underneath the fire pit? Do you have any degree of specificity you could let the court?
So, the fire pit was not a complete circle. It was a very irregular shape, pretty much shape of Africa. There was a point jutting down towards the residence. I want to say off to the left earlobe towards the point would have been probably the location we found him.
Okay.
There were initials on the fire pit.
Excuse me, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Near the edge of the pit?
There were initials on the fire pit, and they were probably pretty close underneath where the initials were.
Okay. Which portion was he near the edge of the pit?
To the left hand lobe, if you're at the residence looking out towards the field.
Now, you recovered some socks from the pit, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you recover any items that were women items, such as women's lingerie or anything of that nature?
No, the clothing that was recovered was on the remains. So.
Okay. I'm not asking you what was
No.
on the remains.
So the daughter has confessed, but the state didn't lay any charges. And the other guy that said that, well, the testimonies has said that he finished the job, was never arrested either. They've just basically charged her. But the daughter is going to testify, and apparently admit her confession to, or her part in the role of what happened. So we're waiting to hear from that. Thank you, Carmen. Biggest mistake was making the fire pit. Yeah. Who doesn't put Rio in their concrete? I mean, really? Amateur.
Remains. I'm asking you, did you recover any items that were... Let me ask my question, please. Did you find any items
I think she was still living with her
that
mum.
were linked
She's 16
that
now.
constituted women clothing?
No.
Okay. Did you locate any items wherein somebody may have wiped their hands that contain blood or any substance from another person's body?
Anything that was on or around or near the remains we collected.
That's not my question. Did you recover any items independent of the socks, the blue tarp, the boxers, the strap, the flooring, that constituted independent items that somebody may have used to bury the body, where they may have wiped their hands or their own body with it?
Those are all items I collected.
Did you collect something independent of what you testified to?
No.
Okay. Then you would agree there was no items of Laurie Shaver that were linked to this crime?
No.
If the body had been there for 2 years, I have no idea what could have degraded or decomposed at that point.
So you know the body's been there for 2 years?
For the medical examiner, that was what they had told us.
That's what they told you. Who told you that?
The medical
I just said the
examiner.
medical examiner.
Okay. His name?
The medical examiner, I'd have to refer to my notes, but
I have to refer to
the one
my
that examined
nose.
the body and actually did examine the bones.
Okay. You would agree, ma'am, on direct examination, you had your answers, correct?
Yes.
But now you're saying you'd have to refer to some notes, correct?
To find out what the exact medical examiner was in 2018, yes, I would.
Yeah, but you don't have any independent recollection.
To find out who exactly that medical examiner was in 2018 for this particular case, I would have to refer my notes, yes.
But you recall that this medical examiner had advised you that that body had been in the ground for 2 years?
Yes.
Okay. And out of the evidence that you recovered, we know from your testimony and what you've done in this case, there was no DNA associated with Laurie Shaver on any of that evidence, correct?
I don't believe so.
Okay. There was no prints on any of that evidence associated with Laurie Shaver, correct?
I don't believe so.
And the character of the evidence, none of it linked to any items within the household, correct?
You'd have to ask the detectives about that.
Okay, you don't have any independent recollection of that, do you?
Well, my job is to document and collect evidence on scene. I'm not there to investigate and go further.
Okay, but you spoke to the medical examiner. You remember that testimony, right?
Well, a lot of times I am there at the autopsy or I do hear things, yes.
Okay. One moment, please, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Aside from the collection of the evidence that you just spoke about, did you do anything else on this case?
No.
That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wicks. Mr. Buster?
No question, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And witness step down from the witness. Release from her subpoena.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for appearing today. You're released with further testimony. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Your Shaver, submit the disc for that perpetuation as a court exhibit, not as evidence.
Yes, sir. So it will be submitted as a court exhibit. Thank you. All right, at this time, it is about 10 minutes after noon, and this will be a good time to take our lunch break. So please return by 1:30. Please return to the jury assembly room. Please do not discuss the case with each other or anyone else for that matter. Again, should you see the attorneys outside of the courtroom, they have been instructed to ignore you. Please do not hold that against them. Please do not view any media concerning the case. Please do not conduct any research concerning the case. All right, thank you, and we'll see you back at 1:30.
1:30. Oops. All right. So what's the time now? It is, what did it say? So it's 12:15 there. So an hour and a quarter. So at 1:30. So when they come back, it's 2:30, 3:30, 4:30. So max 3.5 hours with all the sidebars, probably 2. All right. Well, hang on, let me close this down. Remove. Yes, AJ, that's fine. If you're able to, that would be amazing. I've just been chatting to AJ and the other chat because I'm not feeling particularly well. So I'm going to sign off, but AJ said she might try and because I'm not monetized, I don't have the option or the ability to redirect the stream. So AJ's going to just try and redirect the stream to Broken Baker to see if because he's streaming the trial as well. So yeah, I'm just feeling like crap. So just bear with us. I don't know, because I'm hosting, I don't know if AJ will be able to do it. But worst case scenario, I can put I'll put his link in chat. Either that, or we'll catch up from after lunch tomorrow. At 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I don't think it'll take us long to catch up because we had an hour and 40 from this morning from the opening statements, and we caught up in no time. So I don't think it'll be a biggie. But that is that. The links it's at the top of the chat on my stream, where you can actually click on the link instead of having to type it in. Sorry, it's not often I thank you. Got you asking me, did I get the video? No, the only thing I got was the photos, but actually I might put those up whilst I'm waiting. You can have a squiz at those in the proper screen instead of my shaky hands. Where did it go? Buried in the backyard. Okay, let's share that, shall we? Zoom up into that so you can see it. And stop that one. Share this one. All right, so that's the first picture, which looks like obviously the log seating around here, the fire pit in here, and some chairs and tables here. And I'm assuming that's where the concrete divot goes. That is must be a couple of sites they've dug out. When did you? Ah, yes, yes, absolutely. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah. I've been turning the heater on and off thinking it's getting hot and cold in here, but it's me. And it's not menopause. It's not. There's the excavator there. Crime scene investigations. The undercover vehicle they've got there. No, it's not, because I don't go anywhere. I don't leave the house, so. Yeah, yeah, toasting marshmallows. I think Brandy actually knows some of the family or something. She's got some links there. That's why she's been able to get. See, Baker's he's probably stopping at the lunch break as well because it's been a long stream. So he might pick it up tomorrow as well. Yeah, I think she's because she's actually at the trial itself, and is tweeting little snippets and stuff, or tidbits. So that must be the actual house, I'm assuming. It looks like it's a large property. And that's from the aerial view, obviously. And there's the fire pit there. I mean, 130 acres, I think they said they had. So why would you do that so close to the house? It looks flat as a pancake. No trees, no bushes, nothing. Anywho, yeah, it is a crappy looking patio. um, he's ending his stream. Yeah, that's all right. We'll yes, I do actually. Where did I save it? Hang on, 1 second. Un momento, per favor. No, that's not it. It's in my phone. I'll put it on Discord if you like. Hang on, let me see if I can email it. Let me see. I know I've saved it in my phone. Probable cause affidavit. Let's email it to myself. Oop. Email it to myself. Doop-a-doop-a-doop. Okay, let's open up my emails on here. That's Teresia's fault. Come on. Come on. Come to mama. There we go. And download probable cause affidavit. There we go. Get out of there. And all right. Ready, steady, present. Look at me being so tech savvy. Lordy B. On the hop and everything, huh? Right from scratch. There we go. Probable cause affidavit. Let's zoom in. Comes now the affiant Sergeant Tamara Dale, a sworn law enforcement officer who personally appeared before a notary public or certified officer makes this affidavit, which has been electronically One, that the events herein set forth occurred at that address, was owned by Michael Shaver and the defendant, husband and wife. The events occurred between the 7th and the 10th. That's the only time that the ME could narrow the death down to. So they don't know exactly the date or time where they both lived there. Deputies responded to the Shaver home for a wellbeing check on Michael Shaver on February 16th, 2018 at the request of a friend, Scott Amatuccio, who reported no one had seen Michael Shaver since the end of 2015. He felt that the totality of the circumstances surrounding Michael Shaver's disappearance were suspicious and that his wife, defendant Laurie Shaver, wasn't being truthful about his whereabouts. Laurie vaguely claimed Michael left in a black SUV, yet Scott knew his possessions to still be at the home afterwards. Scott found text messages to Michael's boss quitting his job and giving away his tools to be unlike him. Scott believed Laurie was pretending to be Michael on his Facebook. Scott also thought the concrete slab fire pit that appeared on the property after Michael's disappearance, along with Laurie quickly remarrying, was suspicious. Scott consulted with Michael's family, who also agreed he would never leave his kids to start a new life. But none of them rang the police. None of them. None of them. They waited until Frank, 2.5 years later. While investigating the wellbeing check, Laurie Shaver told deputies Michael left the family and was in Georgia. Last time she saw him was at their house when he picked up his belongings after his arrest for DV in September 2014. Laurie was cooperative and allowed deputies to search the property until they asked about the concrete slab fire pit and if they could have a cadaver dog conduct a sniff of the slab. Laurie then told deputies to leave her property. Detectives subsequently learned Michael had no current cell phone and his Florida driver license, US passport, and FAA pilot's license, pilot's medical certificate had also expired. Michael Shaver, Michael Shaver's into the NCIC as a missing person, and the investigation into his disappearance began. During the missing person investigations, Travis Filmer, Laurie Shaver's boyfriend, who she began dating in approximately January to April 2016, made the statement that it's not that he's missing, he's no longer walking this earth. Laurie also told him regarding Michael that something bad had happened and there was a body on the property. March 9, 2018, deputies served a search warrant for the cadaver dog and ground penetrating radar at the property. During this search, the skeletal remains of Michael Shaver were unearthed from 3 feet. 3 feet? Is that it? Lazy. He was wearing socks, shorts, and underwear. That's it. Okay. He was wrapped in a tarp, a set of ratchet straps, and the remains of a fitted sheet. The tags indicated the sheet was a queen size. Oh, Lord. And was purchased at Coles, a department store frequented by Laurie Shaver, as proven by her bank records. The remains were confirmed to be those of Michael Shaver by DNA. His cause and manner of death is homicide by gunshot wound to the back of the head with the posterior to anterior trajectory back to front. A single .38 caliber class projectile was recovered from his skull. Time of death was determined to be several months to several years prior to the discovery. During a second search warrant served on the home, which yields a presumptive detection of bloodstains hidden from the naked eye, indicating a positive reaction in the track of the sliding glass door leading from the dining area to the porch. The substance ran in a drip-like pattern down the outside of the trailer between the home and the porch. Ooh. This substance, along with the apparent hairs found in the same area, well, of course you're going to find hairs, he lived there, failed to demonstrate a sufficient amount of DNA for STR-DNA analysis. Swabs from the interior lower door track of the sliding door demonstrated the presence of a mixture of DNA consistent with 3 donors, including Laurie Shaver, and 2 unrelated individuals, including at least 1 male contributor. He could not be included or excluded as a contributor. So it was believed he was killed between the 7th of November and the 10th. Investigation revealed Michael Shaver's cell phone was last used to make an outgoing call on the 7th of November 2015 at 5:48. Michael was also last seen in public with Laurie Shaver and their 2 children on November 7th, 2015 by co-worker Frank Merritt. Mr. Merritt texted Michael the next day and got no response. And then Mr. Merritt texted Michael on the 9th and received a response that he was quitting work to save his marriage. Right. Because no wife wants, every wife wants an unemployed husband. I mean, Michael did not report to work or call in on his next scheduled work day. He was up for he was going to become a foreman. He was going to get promoted, which he testified to. On November 11th, Laurie sent a private message via a work server to Alicia Ray, her sister, stating, Mike left yesterday, packed his stuff and went to the airport. On approximately November 12th, John Warglam texted Michael and received the response, I'm having issues at home in Georgia right now. Just fine. Just fire me or I'll quit. I will not be returning anytime soon. Frank went and visited at the home on the 13th to check on him. Laurie told him Michael left and went to Georgia. after they got into a fight about another woman's number being in his phone. Laurie had claimed a friend, Robert Mercado, had picked Michael up and driven him to Georgia. Robert Mercado, when interviewed, denied ever driving Michael to Georgia. On Monday the 16th, Laurie sent a private message via a work server to Alicia Ray talking about her weekend, which would have been between the 14th and 15th, and told Alicia that she did tons of yard work and cleaned up outside. Well, that's done it. That seals the deal. Beginning November 9th, 2015, friends and family of Michael Shaver, to include Robert McCartney. Text messages were unlike Michael in tone. Yes, we read all that. Telling to leave me alone, don't bother me. Then they go to the niece. Everybody just needs to leave me alone, just like they did my entire life. The niece, I don't have any family more. I have no clue who you are. Now stop messaging me. That was cool. November 9th, Michael Shaver's debit card is never used again for any in-person, in-store purchases. But on the 19th and again on the 23rd, 2 separate online purchases are made at wish.com using that credit card. It's confirmed through wish.com receipts that these purchases consisted of female lingerie and clothing items and were both shipped to Laurie Shaver at the Shaver residence. Dirty skank. December 11th, back of the check was endorsed with an unreadable signature. Michael Shaver's social security number and cell phone number, accepting the terms of the loan. Oh, she got a loan. Oh. Deposited the check into Michael Shaver Chase checking account via ATM in Claremont. Between December 14 and December 30th, multiple ATM cash withdrawals were made from the account, along with online purchases and one payment to Sumter Electric Power Company, which was the power company used at the home. On the 15th, in 2015, December, an online purchase was made at Walmart. Oh, Walmart's in every trial, every single one, from this account for $424.54. You must get a shit ton from Walmart for that amount. The order shows it was for children's items, was shipped to the family home. The withdrawals and purchases totaled over $2,000 and caused Michael Shaver's checking account to be overdrawn. After a few more purchases and fees, the checking account remained overdrawn and was never used again. Afterwards, the purchases were online and ATM. No payments were ever made on the loan, and they never spoke to or saw Michael Shaver. All attempts by the finance company to collect on the loan for the next 3 years were met with negative results. Funny that. Beginning of December 2015, Laurie was selling and attempting to sell Michael's firearms, tools with which he made his living, his vehicle, home and property, and other possessions. Joseph Bray overheard her attempting to sell multiple guns and selling one gun to the owner of Outrageous Audio in Mineola, Florida, on approximately the 12th of the 5th, 15. Mr. Bray offered to purchase the remaining firearms and responded to Laurie Shaver's home on December 6th or 7th to meet with her to make the purchase. He purchased 9 firearms, including 2 .38 caliber revolvers, reload equipment, and firearm cleaning supplies. Laurie was alone at the home and told Mr. Bray the firearms had belonged to her husband and that he had left, and she hadn't seen him or heard from him and didn't know where he was. She also said the house and property for sale for $150,000. That's cheap. Although it does come with some skeletons in the closet. Mr. Bray thought it was unusual that a man would leave all of his possessions behind, including several firearms and extensive work tools. When Mr. Bray saw Laurie Shaver and the Shaver property on the news, he recognised Laurie as the woman he'd purchased the firearms from and recognised the property and trailer as the location he had met Laurie Shaver at to purchase the firearms, and then he handed them in. On November 7th, 2015, until Michael's body was discovered, Laurie Shaver continued to tell friends and family that she saw and spoke to Michael and that he was stalking her. Okay. Then it goes into her private messages that she said he'd gone to Georgia and then New York, California. She said Michael left her and their kids to start a new life. Travis Filmer, she told boyfriend Travis Filmer that she was divorced and married him even though their marriage to Michael was still valid. When questioned by her sister-in-law Rebecca about her divorce, she stated it was final that Michael was at the courthouse with her for the hearing in a separate room. Okay. Laurie told Katina at the Lake County Sheriff's Office in Claremont that had her truck and cell phone for 2 weeks. Laurie told friends she was being stalked by Michael. She never attempted to file for child support from Michael for their 2 children. Now that's telling. She never reported him missing, and there's a $208.90 charge on Michael's Capital One credit card. Oh, Lord. There's no evidence that Michael or Laurie ever filed for a divorce. No person other than Laurie Shaver ever saw or verbally spoke to Michael Shaver at any point from November 7th onwards. Laurie informed Michael's boss to dispose of his tools at work. It's believed the fire pit was constructed in March 2016 and the concrete slab was poured in September 2016, which I said was a bit confusing because why would you wait so long to secure that concrete surface? I mean, a dog could have dug that. It's only 3 feet down. Why wait, nearly 12 months before you covered it in a concrete slab? Just saying. Photo and post to Laurie Shaver's Facebook page shows bags of concrete mix, at least 14 visible in the photograph, stacked in the back of a pickup truck. Concrete was poured over Michael's grave. Presence of the concrete slab is confirmed by Google Earth satellite imagery. Yes, we saw that. Oh, Lord. Jeremy Townsend was interviewed and stated he began dating Laurie in approximately September 2015 after she told him she'd left her husband. First time Jeremy came to Laurie's home in approximately December, he noticed what he thought was bloodstains on the thigh of her jeans. He asked her if that was blood, and she changed the jeans and never wore them again. He stated that she wore those jeans 3 times a week, but he never saw them again. February 2016, for several months, Jeremy Townsend's wife, Vanessa, received Facebook messages from Michael Shaver's Facebook account and then text messages from someone claiming to be Michael, telling of the affair. April, Jeremy broke off the affair with Laurie and repaired his relationship with his wife. This is the cringy bit. Jeremy also described a tattoo Laurie got of his nickname, Jay, in a heart over her vajayjay, which caused him to think Laurie felt more serious about the relationship than he did. Oh, dear. So, there you go. She has a J on her vajayjay. Oh, she's a bigamist. And she's apparently allegedly committed fraud. She's a crap concreter. And what else? All right. Anywho, if you want to read it, come and I'll email it to you. And, oh, thank you, Zach. Look at you go. Thank you very much. AJ will love that. And I've probably missed a shit ton of chat. Yes, I have. Oh dear, Mum's voice is coming out. Thank you, Jodie. Now go and get some rest. Ooh, okay. Okay. I will email it to you. Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought. She never behaves, Zach. Oh, good on you. Thanks, Gabby. Excellent. So, have you got AJ's Discord link? Hang on, I shall pop it on screen. There you go. That's where you'll find this probable cause affidavit. But it's pretty much what we already know. Anyway, there was a couple of little things in there that I had heard but didn't know where it had come from, so I didn't repeat it because I didn't know how true it was. So there you go. All right. I'm sorry, my lovelies. Thank you for joining me, and I apologise for cutting it a bit short today. But hopefully I'll rest up and be right for the morning. But AJ is definitely beginning 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow, which will give you hopefully a bit of time to, will give us a bit of time to catch up on today. All right. So thank you for the super chat, Zach. That is amazing. It really helps us creators to keep putting out some good well, not today because I've been a bit crappy in the content department because I'm not feeling well. Thank you very much, Zach. Much appreciated. Yes, I think she is lazy. I beat you. All right, my darlings. Good night. Adios. Hasta la vista. Sayonara. All those bye-bye things. Until next time, I bid you adieu.
The end.